carries Raw isn't showing on my TV. It says there's a fault, but I can watch it on the internet instead through Discovery Plus. But that does mean there's probably just going to be a slight delay, more of a delay than usual. So just be aware of that, right? I'm going to watch it that way through the internet, which probably is going to add a 20-odd second, maybe 30-second delay more so than usual. So that's a bit of drama that's going on in my life at the moment. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is. It just says that there's a fault and you need to call them up. And then when you call them up, they're like, I'm afraid the office is closed. Which is just not helpful, is it, really? So, yeah, but we've got a way round it, right? We've got a way round it. We can watch it through Discovery Plus, but anyway, right, we've got other stuff we need to talk about, but I'm just giving you a heads up. The other stuff we need to talk about, we need to jump over to this because there is a new entry in Kintsugi online. Now, these past few entries have been really small. Not small, but like, they haven't really given us a great deal apart from, like, you know, we're coming or this is kind of why we're doing what we're doing. They've been fine, but like some of the older entries that kind of talk about each individual member or kind of go back to when Bray passed, or, you know, kind of go back to when they were young and we can kind of understand where Uncle Howdy came from. Those have been a lot more insightful. These ones just kind of move the feud along, if you will. So, I don't know, it's a bit wild that we're doing one for tonight. Hopefully, that means that this is a big deal. Hopefully, it means that tonight is the night where this is going to come to an end. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was to criticize the kind of story since the Wyatt Sicks have arrived, I would say that I sort of feel like if you mess with the Wyatt Sicks, that should really be the end of you. Clearly not the end of your career. I mean, clearly it can't be that you face the Wyatt Sicks, that's it, you're dead. But it should be that if you mess with the Wyatt Sicks, you just don't want to mess with them again. Like, you just don't want that smoke. Like, do you know what? I'll face anyone. I'll do anything, but I don't want to face them. And I think for me, that's been, I suppose, the only thing that has bugged me is that we just have stuck on this whole Chad and American-made thing way too long. You know, we've been building, and I don't mind the bits where they were sending him messages. Like, you know, stop doing what you do. You know, when we were terrorizing him. And I don't even mind when we did Wyatt Sicks against American Made, right? But I think as soon as we got the Uncle Howdy Chad Gable match, as soon as Chad was actually one-on-one with Uncle Howdy, for me, Howdy wins that, and that should have been it. So the fact that it's continued, like, these weeks later, it's not a big problem, but for me, I just think, like, I don't know, man, this is, like, this should be one and done, really. This should be a case that you don't want to mess with this group. You don't want to mess with Uncle Howdy. So I'm really hoping tonight is the night. All of that being said, tonight I'm hoping is the night that we end this now and we start to move on. And we go to something else, because I just don't know that Chad's going to learn his lesson, to be honest. So if he's not going to learn his lesson, then the only thing that's left is total destruction. So that's what I'm after. I'm after total destruction. It's a street fight. It opens Raw, and the first hour of Raw is commercial free. Okay, so Ordia is apparently to listen. Okay, to listen. Let's work our way through this and see what is said. So, even now, the words of the Red, which we know is Bray, grow stronger. Whispers like 1,000 voices, screaming in silence. I mean, I like this because it gives you an insight into Bo's mind, doesn't it? In his mind right now, even in those quiet moments, he can hear Bray. You know, he is channeling Bray. He can hear Bray. He's got a very good idea of what needs to be done, why it needs to be done, how it needs to be done, because it's all coming from Bray. So in the silence, screaming, guiding the knife until our hands are one and the same. So really channeling Bray. Really. So even talking about how physically he can feel his presence. Guide him the knife, or I suppose what it is that he's doing, fighting or whatever, until our hands are one and the same. You speak, we follow. My life for you. So I think this just further supports the tweets, to be honest, that we had the other day. I think this just backs up the fact that that was Bray that was speaking, and the people that were listening were these people, were Bo and everybody. And it does go back to the question then of why is it 6 times that it's repeated? Why does it say, I hear you 6 times? That to me just kind of further supports that one of those is Alexa, which just further supports the video that we did the other day. So this is not anything that's groundbreaking that I think is going to give us an idea of where we're going next. This isn't anything that I think is telling us that Alexa is on the way. This isn't doing anything but just giving us a glimpse into Bo's. It's doing what a diary should do, actually. It's doing what a journal should do. And that is giving us a glimpse into Bo's mind at the moment. At least in my opinion, this is written by Bo. And I'm looking into his mind, and I'm seeing that in those quiet moments, he can hear the screaming. He feels physically the presence of Bray, and he's saying to Bray, you speak, we follow, my life for you. So the fact that it was said 6 times the other day is very interesting, because obviously we explored in that video who's he speaking to. 6 people said, I hear you. Who are those 6? And we dug into that the other day. Whilst I'm here, hello to everyone, by the way. I see people saying hello, hello, hello. TNT Pro, hello, and Spartan, and Kim Strains, and Connor, and Christopher, and Miss Clown, and Matthew, and Shauna. We've got Ian in there as well. I can see Sick Six. I've seen a few other comments getting in. I will get to you, my friends. It's just been a busy day with this being like the season premiere of Raw. It means there's quite a bit of info for us to get our teeth into. In fact, if we kind of cut back, I can show you. We've had this sent through as well. So, Brady, thank you. So, in the woods today, I didn't even realize that it played music, you know. I didn't even realize it did that if you clicked on it. So, there we go. That's what I saw. So, this is Rower. I wish I could point. I'm so used to pointing in unseen. I can't point here. I need to fix that. I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna find a way of changing that. Don't know. Can I change that now? Is there a way of me doing it live? I don't think there is, unfortunately. Not without like completely ruining the whole setup. But yeah. Down here, it says Rowan, Eric Redbeard made a new friend in Calgary. And I don't know who the flip is talking about there. I don't know that it's Alexa, but again, you know, you've got people wondering if it is. Just wondering, right? I don't know. It could be anyone, could it? It could be that he found this doll and he bought this doll, this thing, and has made a new friend that way, you know? So it'll be interesting to see kind of if anything comes of this. I always think that it coming from their personal accounts is interesting rather than it coming from the Wyatt Sicks one. This is Rowan's. We know who's speaking here. We know who this is. This is Rowan, and Rowan is saying that he's made a new friend, and that's obviously got people quite excited. So, oh man, look, you put the pieces together however you want. I'm going to show you the bits and bobs. You can put them together, Rave. Shout out to you. So there's the Rowan thing. Here we have Joe Gacy putting out the graphic, but that's the old graphic. That's the old graphic that didn't have Nikki on. There's a new graphic that does have Nikki on it, right? Gacy again Look, tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't think it matters. But tonight. So there we go. That's Gacy, and you can see the mask in the background. And then there's Dexter putting this graphic out. But again, it's the old graphic. There is a new graphic. I wonder if I can find it. There is a new graphic that does have her on it. There she is. Look, I mean, they've done her dirty. Just kind of shoved her in the corner, so they've done her dirty, but she is there. So and there we go. Look, Bret Hart, let's go. This is the lineup for tonight. In fact, we should do the preview. Can we go over to here? I was just looking at the WWE. I was just double checking here to see if Kiana was still there. Kiana's still there. So she is apparently been moved to the miscellaneous folder. She's no longer an active superstar. And the word on the street is that she might have had a boob job. That's the rumor that's going around on social media right now. She might have had a boob job, and that might be why she's not available right now. She might have checked with them and said, like, have you got anything for me right now? And they've said, no, not for a little bit. And so she's gone off and had a boob job. That's the rumor, and I have got nothing to base that on. Apart from, I did get sent one picture, and someone was like, look, they look a bit bigger. And I was like, this is too weird. I don't like where we are right now, so I've got nothing to go off, but that is the rumor that's doing the rounds, right? That is the rumor. No Odyssey Jones on here, of course. If we go to shows and we go down to Raw, there should be a preview. Look at this. Look at all this. Jeez. Right, we got Jey Uso, Braun Strowman, Ilya Dragunov, and Pete Dunne. Right, that's a flipping poll, innit? Let's get that poll up. So, who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Jey Uso? Is it going to be Ilya Dragunov? Ilya Dragunov. Is it going to be Braun? Or is it going to be Pete Dunne? There we go. So who's going to win this and then go on to face Braun? That's the IC #1 contenders match, Fatal 4-Way. So we got that tonight. Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill are going to defend their titles against Unholy Union. Wyatt Sicks are taking on American Made in a street fight. We know that is first, right? Bret Hart returns to Raw in Calgary. And we might know why as well. It's a bit of a bonkers reason. Apparently it's to do with the venue closing down and Bret wanting to be there before it closes. Which, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's the real reason as to why he's there, but it's the reason that's doing the rounds on social media. Drew is going to respond to his heinous actions as CM Punk, which, honestly, the biggest face turn last week. Seeing that bracelet get destroyed has just put me in the best mood all week. Honestly, I've never felt so alive. So, yeah, massive Drew McIntyre fan now. Huge Drew McIntyre fan. Zelina Vega and Lyra Valkyria have got a surprise superstar that's going to help them battle Pure Fusion Collective. Do wonder if it is Tatum, but as I've said in a recent video, I don't think it is. Because I just don't think that they would do a whole surprise thing for Tatum. You know, Tatum is someone that's still learning and growing and is building her fan base. I don't think she's a big enough star to warrant a mystery spot. So I don't know who that is. I don't actually have the answer to that. I think there is a rumor that's doing the rounds, but I've managed to stay away from it. I still think Trish is possible, but she was in Northern Ireland yesterday. She would have to have travelled today. She could easily do it. It's not a problem. She could have done it. So I think she's a possibility. But if it's not Trish, then Natalia. Looking at a Canadian woman. Just any Canadian woman. Wayne Gretzky's wife. Dirty Dominik Mysterio is going to be taking on Dragon Lee. So that's our lineup. That's where we are for tonight. And honestly, it looks like it's going to be a really, really interesting show. Really interesting show. Now, there's been a few super chats that I need to get to because I want to try and get to the chat as quick as I can because there's so much going on, so much to talk about that we're kind of drowning a little bit. So, right here, who will the Wyatt Sicks feud with next? Hello, Carl and Dawn. I hope you are well. So, I don't know about you, but I've always looked at Judgment Day. And I still feel like there's a chance there because I think if you've got Rhea and Damian kind of occupying Finn and Liv, then what are Carlito, JD, and the other one doing, right? Dominik. I feel like Dominik's probably going to be involved in the Liv thing, but what is Carlito JD going to be doing? I feel like they need occupying with something because they can't just keep running in and trying to help out, right? I like the idea of Finn being like he's bitten off too much here. I like the idea of his betrayal upsetting the Wyatts, so they're after him. And he's got to still deal with Damian, right? All of a sudden, Finn thought he had everything under control. He thought this was a master plan. And now all of a sudden it's just completely backfiring and he's got that problem, he's got that problem. Like, I like the idea of a few things going on at the same time. So you might look at it and go, no, it should just be Liv and Rhea and it should be Damian and Finn and we just use the rest of the group to kind of support those feuds and we might have to do the odd tag match and blah, 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 right? And that's fine. You can go that way. But I don't mind the idea of the Wyatt Sicks targeting Finn, targeting Liv, and have them go after the betrayers, if you will. You know, go after Dom and terrorize. Because I think that would be such good feuds. I mean, this new Judgment Day, I feel like they're going to need to move on to something after the whole Damian Rhea thing. But that just doesn't feel like it's going to happen for a little while. Doesn't feel like they're going to move on from these for a little while. So I think that I'd be looking to move them into that. Whether you need to just do a little something in between. Maybe you just need a few, jobber matches, exception matches. I mean, if you think back to when the Wyatt family first arrived, they feuded with Kane. And then once they'd finished their Kane feuds, they just did a couple of little matches, really, just against different opponents. I remember matches against the likes of Kofi Kingston, matches against the likes of Zack Ryder, matches against the likes of R-Truth. And they were just doing that, really, until we got to the Daniel Bryan bit at the end of 2013. And that's when we started going after Punk and Bryan, and more Bryan because we were trying to bring him into the group. And eventually we do by the end of the year. And then, of course, that then leads to him turning on the group with that cage moment, where he finally rejects the Wyatts in early 2014. So I sort of feel like if we look back at how we booked the Wyatt family, it was different to how we've done this. It was very different because the way that we've done this, we've stuck on American Made for much longer than we did with Kane. And we then moved on to just some odd little things before we got into our next feud. So if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say that we might not just go straight into a feud. We might do the odd little bit here and there against heels. We might do some promos. We might bring in Alexa. And then our next big feud, which is Judgment Day, might be closer to Survivor Series. Because by the time we get to Survivor Series, maybe they're kind of played out with the Rhea and Damian feud. And then we can do Wyatt Sicks against American Made. So a few different options, to be honest. But I feel like Judgment Day, or Street Trash, the new Judgment Day, they are surely in the future for the Wyatt Sicks. Wrestling Fan says, hello everyone. Hello Wrestling Fan. Hope you're well, my friends. Sick Six said, Daze, hello old friend and hello community. The Six cause chaos tonight. Well, I hope so. but I hope so. I am looking for chaos to be caused. As I said at the start, you know, I think that if we're going to be like super critical, then I think this feud has gone on long enough. I think it's definitely at the point now where I'm looking for it to wrap up. I'm definitely at the point now where I'm looking for a big finale to this feud, and then for us to move on. And the reason why I say that is because I'm just thinking that, as I said before, if you tangled with the Fiend, you didn't really go back for more. And, you know, the Wyatt family, they did have a few matches with, like, a few different opponents. You know, they stuck with the John Cena feud for a while and the Daniel Bryan feud for a while. But I just think if you're trying to establish this new group, it's better to get in and make a statement. And I feel like they've done that, but we're still hanging around. I feel like we've made a statement, but we're still there. So let's make a statement again tonight. Let's make this a really good street fight. Let's leave American-made broken, battered, decimated, uncertain of what their future's going to look like because it's such a humbling, and move on then to something else. You know, I think we've played our part there. It'll be very interesting to see how American-made act moving forwards. Imagine if American-made turned face after this, and we really commit to the Wyatt Sicks having the ability to change people. Like, not in a supernatural way, but in a getting people to see the error of their ways kind of a way. Because that's what this group's about. This group is about kind of injustice and the fact that betrayal. And so that's exactly what American Made have done. They've betrayed, or Chad did, American Alpha. And so now make him pay. And so he's paid, but, you know, can you go that one step further and make him repent? That would be the one step further to go, wouldn't it? So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not expecting them to be able to do that and actually get Chad to repent and get this group to be a face group, but it's an option on the table if they wanted to go that way. So, yeah, I'm looking for a statement tonight. I'm looking for a finale to this feud. That's what I'm eyeing up. Batman Big Fan said tonight is going to be amazing. I hope we see Punk. Liam Mansell said, hello everyone and happy 9 months with the best community. I always love people that have been with us 9 months because it does make me think of pregnancy. So Liam, thank you my friends for giving birth to all of us out of your vagina. Thank you for carrying us for 9 months. And if this was Mother's Day, we would all buy you a card right now. So, Liam, thank you, my friend. Ryan said, Daze, when do we think that Alexa comes back? And how would you like to see Alexa come back? And what are the thoughts on Jay getting a singles title? And what title will he win first? I think, well, there's a lot there, isn't there? I think, like, Alexa, when will she come back? Well, I think you have to build her return. It's very hard to answer because we don't quite know how she's coming back, right? I mean, if she's going to come back and she's going to be in the group, then you have to do vignettes that tease her return, right? Because that's what we've done with everyone else. And that's what Wyatt Sicks fans love. We love those digging into clues and pulling things apart. And, you know, that's what we love doing. So if you just bring her back, like, I think you've left a lot of money on the table. It would be like bringing the group out without doing Nightbirds. Which, you know, Nightbird was so loved that I think that you could do, not a mini Nightbirds, but you could do some teases. You could do some vignettes. You could do some stuff that bring in social media and do stuff to tease Alexa coming in, right? And who knows? The tweet with the 6, I hear you, I think is very interesting. And I obviously did the video on that. I also think that the I've made a new friend from Eric Rowan, interesting. None of these guarantee Alexa. None of these say, oh, it's definitely Alexa. But they're interesting. That's it. I look at them and I'm like, okay, noted. And that's what I do with a lot of stuff, to be honest, is I look at it and I go, noted, right? Like, I can use that as, like that URL, for example. That URL in Nightbirds, you know, there was obviously theories around it, but we weren't sure. We thought it was going to be the first letters of all the members, but we weren't 100%. But 5 of the 6 letters were the first letters of the names of the current members of the group. U for Uncle Howdy, E for Eric Rowan, or E for Eric Rowan, N for Nikki Cross, D for Dexter Loomis, J for Joe Gacy. But the last letter, the 6th letter, that was A. And so, of course, everyone said Alexa Bliss. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people have said Alexa Bliss. So you kind of go, okay, that might be, might not be. I'm going to note it. And so I've noted it. I've found a new friend in Canada. I've noted it. The 6 I hear yous. I've noted it. And so you put all that together and you just build a bit of a case file, don't you? So with all of those things being said, I think the evidence points more towards her coming straight into the group than her not being in the group. I would say that at the moment, like looking at the lay of the land, it looks to me like she's going to come straight in. So that means we have to tease her and build her and mystery and all that stuff and vignettes and all that stuff. That's what I would do. So, I mean, look, Bad Bloods, maybe. But, you know, this isn't a group that's been doing anything at Bad Bloods. You could bring her back at Bad Bloods. The Wyatt Sicks don't necessarily have to be there. Her return could be at Bad Blood. And she could make her presence felt in one of those matches, you know? I mean, for example, if she comes back at Bad Bloods and sets her sights on Liv, that could be the gateway of us getting Wyatt Sicks against Judgment Day, the new Judgment Day. That would make sense. So we could absolutely do that, but there's no guarantee of that, is there? I think it's soon. I mean, I don't think we're looking at Royal Rumble. I think we're looking 2024. Rumor mill was it was going to be SummerSlam, but then as we got closer to SummerSlam, the rumor mill started saying they're just waiting for the right creative for her, which they didn't have at that time. And actually, again, I'm going to go back. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I feel like this American-made story has kind of gone on, dare I say, a little bit too long, because they don't have anything for this group to move on to. I think they would like them to go on to the Judgment Day, but perhaps they just think we can't do it right now because there's just not a space. There's nowhere for them to actually go after them. So at the moment, like, the stars aren't quite aligning. It is very difficult because you've got so many moving parts and you've got so many people that are in feuds, and you need certain feuds to end before you start other feuds. Or if you're going to have feuds kind of crossing over, then it needs to work. And it is tricky. I think they've managed to get the first feud sorted for what the Wyatt Sicks are going to come in and do. And I think they've got ideas as to what they want the Wyatt Sicks doing, kind of, you know, in the build to WrestleMania. I've got no doubt that they've got feuds planned, but like, is every single week sorted? Is that little minute detail sorted? I don't think so. I think it's all big picture. I think it's right. Listen, Bo, you're going to come in. You're going to go into a program with Chads and American Maids, right? We're going to put the creeds with them. We'll tell that over several weeks, and we'll have a few vignettes in there. Once we're done with that, we'll move you on to Judgment Day. But Judgment Day, they're just caught up with another feud at the moment, so it might not be like seamless. It might be a couple of weeks where we just have to do something, but we will get you onto Judgment Day after that. That'll take us into the Survivor Series and whatever. In December, we'll start teasing a new feuds, and then that'll lead us into the new year. Now, as we go into the new year, we're going to look to do... See what I mean? Like, that could be the kind of conversation that they've had. It's big. It's general. It's not, right, sit down. Week 1, this is what... Week 2, week 3... I don't know that they've planned it in that detail. I think it's just bigger picture, to be honest. So I think she comes in 2024 for the reasons I've stated. I think she goes straight into the group at the moment, unless things change. She's back training. We know that. We know that when she comes back, apparently she's going to be doing a character that Bray had for her. The big question mark was always, was she going to come back and be goddess and then be kind of recruited, which I was always up for. I was always up for that. I thought there was money in that, in her coming back and then us trying to convince her to come over, you know. But, you know, the tweets and everything don't seem to be suggesting that's the direction that we're going. So that's all my Alexa thoughts. In regards to Jay, so Jay singles title, I think that he will get a singles title. He probably should get mid-card first, because you kind of do mid-card and then you move on. I mean, if we look at Sammy, who's never won a singles title, world heavyweight, like, you know, world title in WWE, it's hard. I think Kevin Owens, I mean, he hasn't held, well, I don't think he's held any singles championship for years and years and years. Like, his last world title reign was years and years and years ago. And I think he's only had a couple. Like, Mr. Perfect never held one. Roddy Piper was never world champion. Jake the Snake was never world champion. Like, so many people that don't get that. Jay's over, and I think he deserves to be in the world title mix. But I don't know that you just put the world title straight on him. I'd be really tempted to, between now and next year, give him a mid-card title run, and then he wins Money in the Bank next year. I thought he should have won Money in the Bank this year, right? But instead, we decided to put it on Drew and throw it away. So I would give him Money in the Bank next year, and I would give him a mid-card title run first. Maybe he's the person that beats Braun, but I don't think it'll be now. And so he may not win this. It might be that Ilya wins tonight and then goes forwards and faces Braun and just falls short. I think Jay could go and be the one to win, but I don't think he'll beat Braun for the title. Braun's only just had it, and I think it's too soon to take it off of him. So I can't see him losing the title at the moment, Braun. So with that being said, does it make sense for Jay to win? If Jay wins, surely he's going to fall short. Surely Solo or someone's going to cost him, you know? I don't see whoever wins getting the belt off Braun. So with that being said, why not have a Braun or an Ilya win? I don't think it would be Pete, because that'd be heel versus heel. So Braun is face, Ilya is face. I would go with one of those, and I would have them lose, and I would have Jay go for the title a bit further down the road, and Jay be the one that actually gets it. He gets so he could maybe have it at WrestleMania or something, and then he can win Money in the Bank next year. Something along those lines. Some people might want John Cena to win Money in the Bank. I would not be down on that. That would be pretty sick, actually. Imagine John Cena trying to get number 17, but I don't know, his 17th, the record-breaking one, being cashed in. It'd be hell exciting, though, wouldn't it? Imagine John Cena running down with the briefcase. That would be so exciting. That would be so exciting, because we wouldn't know if we're about to witness history. We wouldn't know if we were about to see someone become 17-time world champion. He's going to cash it in. He's running down with the briefcase. But knowing John, he's such a lovely person. He'd probably turn around and be like, I'm going to cash in. I want my match at SummerSlam. You know, he'd probably announce it in advance rather than give us that exciting moment of him bolting down. So yeah, lots of thoughts there, Ryan, but I appreciate the support, my friend. I hope that was useful in some way, of all the little bits and bobs that have kind of been doing the rounds. Carl and Dawn said WWE should start tonight off with a recreation of the pose from Bash. They should start the night off with a recreation of the pose from Bash. What pose from Bash? What pose? I'm trying to think what pose we're referring to. Was there an iconic pose that I'm forgetting? Carl and Dawn, explain yourself. Oh, I bet that's Carl again. I bet Dawn's gone out again and Carl's had a drink. That's what happens, isn't it? Eh? If you've been watching recently, Carl's gone off the rails. He's gone absolutely rogue. I reckon that's what's happened again. Ah, yes, we're doing more babysitting, guys. We're doing more babysitting. Here we go, look. Look at this. Tony said he's back. Keep it clean, all. Here we go, look. Keep it clean, all. Hey, Daze, my husband and I will be going to SmackDown on Friday. Are you free to babysit? Just kidding. Happy Wyatt Sicks Day. There we go, look. Oh, God. Oh, hey, this is an awful new trend, you know. This is awful. I'm gonna put crying face because I'm literally crying inside. Right, you can't see it. In fact, no, I'm crying literally. I'm crying literally because what this is it's a form of censorship because it does now make me think about children watching, which I never normally consider, but now I have to think, oh, kids watching. So when did I become a children's entertainer? When did this happen? When did I become a children's entertainer? Hi, kids. I'm in the rectangle window. Hello. So, there we go. Keep it clean, everyone. Keep it clean. Tony, how's the affair with the dude next door, by the way? Do you remember the other day you was talking about how you went out with that guy next door? I can't remember if you said it was the guy next door or a few roads down. Is that going all right? Going all right? Good to hear that it's going all right with your husband still. That's good. Hey, busy, aren't you, eh? Look at you. Oh. I tell you, I could not multitask like that. I am envious of you. I could not multitask like that. I don't know how you find the time, honestly. Not enough hours in the day, but God bless you, and I hope you have a great time at SmackDown. Ian says, I want to see Nikki doing things. Ian, come on. Have you been hanging out with Carl? Come on, Ian. Look at you coming on. There's kids watching, Ian. What do you mean? You want to see Nikki doing things? Maybe with Alexa. Ian, it got worse. Ian, it got worse. Oh, my God, Ian. Did you read that to yourself before you sent it, Ian? Did you read it to yourself? I do this a lot. I don't know if you've noticed, but I like to read the first part. And if it's something a bit suggestive, then obviously we'll, have a bit of that one. I just think is straight up filthy. I don't even think there's anything suggestive needed there. Ian has literally come onto the internet and typed out, I want to see Nikki doing things, right? And then continued, maybe with Alexa. Ian, do I need to show you that there's kids watching? Again, did you not get the message? Do you know what? It's good, actually, that I think kids are watching, because I haven't realised how debauched these streams have become. I didn't realise. Didn't know. They have, haven't they? They really have. We've fallen into some sort of kinky pit. And, I don't know how I feel about it. I do sometimes blame myself, but then I look at comments like that from Ian and I'm like, do you know what? It's not my fault. It's not my fault, is it? I am a mirror. I just reflect what the community bring to me. I just reflect it back, so is it my fault? I don't think it is. Carl and Dawn said, I meant the pin. Oh, right. Got you. No. Oh, Carl. The rear pin. Carl. What's going on? What's going on? What do you mean? What do you mean? WWE should start tonight by recreating the rear pin. What's happened? It's like, do none of the porn sites open for another few hours or something? Do we get everyone coming here instead? What's going on? Meant to talk wrestling. Yeah, not kinky wrestling. Not the kind of stuff you have to pay £50 a month to subscribe to. Well, back in the day, actually. Back in the day, the pay-per-views weren't that cheap, to you know. But no, do you know what I mean? Come on, kids. Come on. There's literally kids watching. God, when's Dawn getting back? I miss Dawn. She kept you on the straight and narrow, Carl. You was a lovely lad before, you know. I remember when you were so polite. In my mind, you know, Carl and Ian meet up. And they, like, just drive around lay-bys late at night. Just seeing what's happening, you know. Just seeing what's happening. There might be a car that's parked over and there might be a young lady in there and then they just slowly drive past. You can see it, can't you? Just like you've got like driving and you've got Ian just having a little look like this. Carl just has a little look as well. There's a girl that's doing her makeup. She kind of looks over. It's all a little bit awkward and they're like, oh, yeah. Oh, I wouldn't mind pinning her. Like that, and then they just kind of like, you know what I mean, continue driving. We'll come back to this one. Oh. That's the image I've got of you now. And if that's the image I've got of you, that's the image the community's got of you. I've got no, you've done it to yourselves. I've got no sympathy. Dogging. Yeah, dogging. Yeah. Dogging, yeah. Edwards, hello. Hope you are well, says Daze, but I won't be able to stick around for the stream tonight due to being back at college. I hope all is well. Stay safe. Giving you and the community love and blessing. That is lovely. Shout out to you, Edwards. Stay strong, my friend. Look, bit of light, bit of positive. That's what we're here for. Light and positivity. People need to be more like Edwards, especially you, James. Lisa said, we've seen great fights like HBK and Kurt Angle and Giovanni Apollo, but Giovanni Apollo was the best one with shock value, international flavour, and start of a good story. What a fight. Ah, here we go. Carl and Dawn said, you must be Profits. ROFLMAO. There we go. There we go. I knew it. I knew we were onto him. He knew that we were onto him, and we've flipping called it, haven't we? Where's Ian anyway? Or is he? Oh, here we go. We flashed twice, says Ian. Ian was talking to Miss Clown and I don't know what he was talking about, but I just read the line, we flashed twice. And after everything that's been said, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Yeah. We drove past her. We flashed her twice, actually. Yeah, it's good night. Good night out. Oh, God bless you all. What a community, eh? Guys, let me know when you're going out next time. I'll join you. I'll be in the back seat. You lot can be like that. Oh, yeah, she's lovely. And I'll be in the back seat with some binoculars. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, God, she's lovely. She is. Trini said, Daze, I don't like what you're insinuating about James. Be careful. I didn't insinuate anything. I just said he should be more like Edwards. That's all. Be careful. Glenda is not the... Oh, yeah, a lot of people won't know about Glenda. So... Trini, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friends. Right, the Wyatt Sicks against the Wrestling Daze community. Oh, God, I think we'd spook them out, to be honest, mate. I think we'd spook them out. I don't think they want this smoke. Do you know what I mean? They're pretty weird, but could you imagine if they came up against some of us in this community? There's easier targets, isn't there? There's easier targets. VRG said kids entertainer, so was he who shall not be named. Oh, what? Bray? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. He was a Funhouse, wasn't he? Is that who we're talking about? Or are you talking about someone else? Because there's a few, isn't there? There's a few wrong'uns out there that have been kids entertainers that have been, you know what I mean, rumbled. Let's go with Bray. Let's go with Bray. That's nice. Dustin said, I would definitely run if the Wyatt Sicks went against me, said Dustin. Well, you'll be no good then if they come and start going after us, will you? He might be a Man United fan, but he can get counselling for that, says Kim James. Suzanne, shout out to you. Connor said, Daze, would you like to see Dom, JD, Finn against Damian, Jay, Sammy happen at Bad Bloods? No. Only because when it comes to these kinds of matches, what are we getting out of it? In the sense of, let's say Jay, Sammy, and Damian win. Okay. So what? Like, what have we achieved? What's happened? And vice versa. It's one of those kind of matches where I think you do it on a Raw because it fills a segment. And, you know, these two hate each other and they want to rip each other apart, right? But it's not going to really mean anything after, you know? I kind of feel like at Bad Bloods, I'd be more into Liv, Rhea going for the title and Damian, Finn both finally getting their hands on each other. I don't feel like Sammy's got any beef with the Judgment Day. Jay is involved because of Mommy, and we can definitely have some fun there. But to do that at Bad Blood would just feel a little bit like we were doing a Raw match on a PLE, and I've got bigger ambitions for Bad Bloods. I'm looking for Bad Blood to really mean something, you know? So I would like to do a women's title match. I don't mind... Oh, you can't do it, though, can you? I was going to say, I don't mind Jay and Sammy going after the tag titles, because that has, you know, that means something, doesn't it? But you can't if Damian's going after Finn, because Finn and JD are the tag team champs. So I kind of poo-poos that, doesn't it, really? Which is a shame. So, yeah, I don't know, those kind of big multi-person tag matches. It's a bit like the other day where we had Street Profits and DIY taking on Bloodline. That was our main event of SmackDown. It's like, cool. What does this matter? So I would be looking for something that's got a little bit more of a long-term repercussion to it. I tell you what, though, you could do that match if it has a stipulation in it. I don't know what the stipulation would be, but maybe like if Damian loses, he can't face Finn. Something like that for the next 12 months. He can't have a match with Finn Balor for the next 12 months or something. If it had a stipulation like that where the match mattered, it meant something, then I would be on board with it. KB29 said, I hope Raw's really good. It's a shame I'm going to miss it, said KB29. Well, that is a shame, buds. Yeah, and it should be good tonight. Obviously, we're really hoping that we're going to be getting something special, because this is going to be a big, big night tonight. I'm hoping it is the end of the American-made Wyatt Sicks stuff. It's a street fight. First hour is commercial free. We're going to figure out who's going to be facing Bron Breaker. We've had all those triple threat matches. Now we've got this fatal four-way. In the poll right now, 73% of you have gone with Jey Uso winning. So you think Jay's going to win, and he's going to go on to face Bron Breaker, and he absolutely could. I stand by what I said earlier, though. I don't think whoever goes on will win. Which is why, personally, I would go with someone else so that Jay doesn't suffer that loss. But he could have someone from the Bloodline cost him, which would then aid him joining up with Roman. So you could use it as a storyline device, and you could go down that road. So, yeah, he absolutely has got to be the favourite for this. Absolutely has got a chance of winning this. But I don't think whoever wins this is going to win the title. So we've got that anyway. Who's going to win that? Then, of course, you know, it's hard to say the most exciting part, because I am excited for the Wyatt Sicks. But Bret Hart, oh my God. I genuinely don't remember the last time we saw Bret in a ring in WWE. I remember him being in the crowd at Clash at the Castle. So I remember him being in the crowd at Clash at the Castle. Not the recent one, the one in Wales. They showed him in the crowd. Before that, I genuinely can't remember when we last saw Bret Hart. I mean, honestly, him bringing the AEW title down back in 2019, that might have been like the last time I remember seeing him in a ring. So Bret Hart being on the show is going to be so amazing. I'm so excited to see Bret. Bret is someone that is an absolute bona fide WWE legend. You think about him in the Hart Foundation with Jim the Anvil, and then you think about, really, he didn't, I can't say he carried the 90s on his back for WWF, but he did a lot of the lifting. He did a lot of the lifting. If you think about how we came out of like Hulkamania around 92, like Bret is right there trying to pick up as many pieces as he can. In 92, he gets the title. He is WWF champion in 92. And like carries that title into 1993. So Hulkamania dies really early in the 90s. You know, I mean, really, people were tired of him. I would say, like, I've always viewed WrestleMania 7 as a real like moment, because they had ambitions to sell out the Coliseum in Los Angeles, and they couldn't do it. The ticket sales were so poor, they had to move to a much smaller venue. And I just look at that and I'm like, oh, you know, that's not a good sign for the strength of Hulkamania. So I've always viewed that as maybe his last hurrah. And then at WrestleMania 8, I mean, you know, it was a much bigger space that they were filling. I mean, WrestleMania 8 looks really good, but you know, you've got Ric Flair that's come in. You've got a few stories that are going. That Undertaker obviously is cooking. There's quite a bit that's happening at that point. I don't know that you can really pin that success down to Hogan. Don't know that you can pin that down to Hogan. But I really think that Bret really carried the weight of, like, I would say from that moment all the way through to 97 when he leaves the Montreal Screwjob. I mean, don't forget, when he leaves in 97, he's WWE champion, WWF champion. And the Montreal Screwjob's one of the biggest moments that happens in wrestling history, and really kickstarts the Attitude Era. Obviously, then we go into the Attitude Era, 98, 99, massive years that Bret's not a part of, so he can't get credit for those. But really, you know, 92 to 90, end of 97, I'd say there's about six years there. There's just 2 at the beginning and 2 at the end. But I think Bret does a lot of heavy lifting for WWE, WWF, along with Shawn and Undertaker. And we don't see him that much. We really don't see him that much, because he's a moody old boomer. So it's going to be great to have him back around, and hopefully this Calgary crowd are just going to go crazy for him, and he's going to get his flowers again. You know, he gets his flowers every once in a while, but it'll be great to give him his flowers again, and I'm so excited for it. I love seeing these legends come back that we don't normally see that often, you know? We see a lot of John Cena, for example, but like when we get The Rock, that's special, man. If ever we get Stone Cold, we don't get Stone Cold that much. So whenever we get Stone Cold, that's special. We see Triple H a lot. We see, well, do we see Shawn? We don't really see Shawn that much. We see him in NXT a lot, though. But, like, can you imagine, like, Shawn coming out? That would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Imagine if Shawn came out, like, Bret in the ring, and then, like, Shawn comes out. I mean, those two are peanut butter and jelly, aren't they? I mean, they are opposites, but you just think of both of them at the same time. Like, it's Bret and Shawn. So Shawn coming out would be pretty sick. We have done those segments before, though. We had like a whole apology segment and a whole making up segment, you know, before in the past. Yeah, I'm super excited, man. Super excited. Right. Lord Shio Garath said, I would be on the Wyatt Sicks +1 team. Not trying to be disrespectful to the community. Lord Shio Garath, shout out to you. Yeah, no, there was a comment that came through earlier that just seemed, I don't know, sometimes it's difficult because on Twitter, it is, it's difficult, isn't it? On X, you only get so many characters. So, you know, quite often I look at messages and I'm like, oh, what's the tone of that? What's the tone of that? And it's so hard to read it and understand it, like, what the message is behind the words, if you know what I mean. So I think when it comes to the Alexa stuff, there is some passionate debate out there. Some people are passionate that she is not going to come back and go straight into the group, right? Some people are passionate that she's not a part of this group. There's some people that don't want her to be a part of this group. They don't like her being in this group because they like what she was as the goddess, right? And they just don't want her in the group. As well as that, there's some people that do want her in the group because they really enjoyed her work with Bray, and they really enjoyed kind of what she did with the playground and Lily and all that stuff, right? For me personally, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care. To me, I'm not bothered. I really, push comes to shove, I think her best work was the goddess. I think that and people can hate me for this hot take, right? I don't care. I stand by it. I really don't like Playground Alexa because Bray was... I don't think that was Bray's vision. Well, actually, it was too much because he got released and they kept her around. And it really felt like they wanted to keep doing the spooky stuff, but they didn't want Bray. So Bray was released. Too difficult to work with, right? According to Vince. Too difficult to work with. But I know people love this dark, spooky stuff. So let's just keep doing it with Alexa. People love the puppets. Let's have a puppet. Let's have a doll. Let's have Lily. People love the funhouse. Well, let's have a playground. People love the Fiend. Well, let's have Dark Alexa. Moody Alexa, who throws fireballs. Like, if you look at the similarity between Alexa and Funhouse Bray, it's very striking how similar the two characters are. You know, they're both, like, aiming a personality at children. They're, like, super lovely, right? But then, boom, there's a darker persona there. There's a darkness there. One's got puppets, the other one's got Lily. One's got a funhouse, the other's got a playground. Like, to me, it just felt like we were trying to do Bray, but without Bray. And for me, a lot of that stuff just, you know, fell short for me. I mean, it just felt like Bray was missing, you know? What I love about Bray is he always puts such thought into his work, and there's such meaning behind things, and you can dig into stuff like, you know, the Dante's Inferno references, for example, and like the sign on the door and all of that sort of stuff, you know? I mean, there's lots of stuff which you can look at, and it's got like some depth to it. And you can explore, and the imagery, all of that was missing with Alexa. With Alexa, it was kind of... I don't remember doing any breakdown videos of Alexa. I don't remember there being any depth to what she said. Or, you know, I don't remember there being any kind of quotes that were interesting. I don't remember there being any kind of mystery or picking anything apart. To me, it just felt like a real step down. It felt like a much shallower version of what Bray had been giving us. Do have to stress, though, I don't blame Alexa for that. She does as she's told. And I think that she had a character that she gave her all to. I just think that without Bray's creativity and without like the stuff behind it, I just don't think it was anywhere near as good. But that's not a knock of Alexa. That's not a knock of Alexa. Because Alexa did the very best she could with the creative that she was given. It's a knock of, I think you're trying to do Bray without having Bray. And I don't think that's That's not something that I celebrate. So for me, I don't look at that character with much fondness. I don't look at Playground Alexa and think, oh, I'd love to go back to that. I mean, for me, I thought that Lily was kind of aimed at, like, you know, younger girls. I didn't really feel like it was aimed at, like, me, which is fine because not everything should be. Not everything should be aimed at, like, my demographic boomers, right? There are, like, young kids that should have things for them. And, you know, she was maybe a character that appealed more to them, you know? But it's not a character I've got fondness for. I don't view that as her best periods. I think when she was the goddess, I still felt there was stuff we could have got out of that period. So, with that being said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not trying to find ways of getting Alexa into the Wyatt Sicks, because if she goes into the Wyatt Sicks, I think it'll work, and I think it'll work better than when she was Playground Alexa, because I think now she's not on her own. I think now they've got Bo, they've got, you know, Rob Fee. I don't think Rob Fee was around at the time. I mean, God, that showed. Yeah, there was no Rob Fee at the time. Rob Fee came in when Bray came back, so there was no one like, I mean, I think he's been a brilliant addition, Rob Fee. What he did with White Rabbit and Nightbirds and all that kind of stuff, he wasn't there for Alexa last time when she did the playground stuff. I think it shows. So it's a hot take. It's one that not everyone's going to agree with. I don't mind, honestly. I don't mind. I think we've got a good community where you can share your honest thoughts, and them be, as long as you're being honest, right? They might be debated. People might go, oh, I see where you're coming from, but that level of respect in the community where we can listen to each other and we can sort of go, well, I don't agree because I think this, but I do see where you're coming from. I think that's something that we hopefully have in the community, and something which I think we should cling on to. So from my perspective, if she comes in and goes into the group, fine. I'm optimistic that it will be better than when she was on her own. If she comes back and she's going to be more Alexa and Goddess and outside the group, brilliant, because that was actually my favourite version of her. So I don't have a dog in the fight. There's no dog in the fight for me. I'm not pulling for her to be in or not. It's just a case of looking at the information that's coming in and going, how does that look? Like, there's six, seemingly to me, there's 6 people saying, I hear you. Who are those 6 people? You can say, oh, it's just been written 6 times. It's not that deep. I don't know. Not when there's theories that I really like, you know? That theory of, well, there was 3 people that were close to Bray who were with him before he passed, which would be Alexa, who was on screen with him, Bo, his brother, who was Uncle Howdy and on screen with him, and Eric Rowan, who was in the Wyatt family, right? You wouldn't include Braun because Braun is kind of doing his own thing. He's not following the words of Bray at the moment. He may eventually in the future, but he's not right now. So we're not going to count Braun, and we're not going to count Luke Harper because Luke Harper's not with us right now. So if we look at that tweet and like go, okay, there's 3 I hear used before. That could be Alexa, it could be Bo, and it could be Eric because they all followed Bray before he passed. Then you've got the quotes about following and sheep and all of that, right? Then you've got 3 I hear used after, which would make sense because that would be Dexter Lumis, who only followed after Bray passed, Joe Gacy, who only followed after Bray passed, and Nikki Cross, who only followed after Bray passed. So for me, I really like that explanation because it also tells us why the message is laid out the way it's laid out. It also tells us why that tweet is structured the way that it's structured. Could it be wrong? Absolutely. 100%. Of course it could be wrong. It could just be absolute nonsense. They could have just written it 6 times and not thought about it. But the fact that there's a theory that's that tight, the fact there's a theory that can explain stuff in that sort of detail, that's the stuff that excites me. I get excited by that. That excites me. I like that. I think that's so interesting. Because that's the level of detail and thought that I would like them to have in this story. That's the kind of thing that I hope that they're doing. Because I just think that that is what we're looking for. When people talk about the genius of Bray, I think they're talking about the creativity. They're talking about the attention to detail. They're talking about the fact that behind the words was meaning. Behind things he did, there was meaning. I actually watched a clip the other day where Michael Cole on commentary said, I found out that every shirt that Bray wears is a riddle. It's a message. It's meant to be decoded by the fans. And that was Michael Cole back in 2013 said that on commentary about Bray's shirts that he was wearing and about how Bray, even back in 2013, was apparently I've not gone and looked into it. I mean, it's probably not deep stuff, right? But I think they were just trying to get people to start paying attention to the shirts he was wearing, because even back in 2013, the shirts he was wearing was communicating a message of some description. Don't just not look at the shirt or dismiss the shirt as like, yeah, cool. There's a message there. There's something worth paying attention to there. And we just don't see people take that level of pride, I would say, in kind of their overall presentation. His promos, his words had meaning. What he was wearing, it had meaning. The vignettes, you know, the things that he was doing had meaning. Yes, there's times where there's a lot of reaching. I agree with that. There's a lot of reaching. There's a lot of stuff where, but you're going to get that, aren't you? You're going to get that because if you know that he is sending messages, you're going to have people picking up every stone possible to try and find the message and decode the message. It does mean sometimes we pick up the wrong stones and sometimes the wrong messages are decoded. That happens quite a bit. There's not really a way of avoiding that. You never quite know if your theories are right until they've played out, you know? But I think it's just one of those where it's like, enjoy the ride, I suppose. Try and enjoy the ride. I'm speaking to everyone. Try and enjoy the ride because I think like this is the joy of this group. You don't get this really with anyone else. You know, when Judgment Day come out, we're not analysing every single item of clothing that they're wearing, every single movement that they're making. We're not listening to every word, trying to find the secret messages. You don't have that with, you know, anyone. I mean, it's Wyatt Sicks and Bray that really brought that to the forefront. And I think that's a big part of this group. So I would encourage people to keep doing what they're doing and keep having fun with it. Even if it does mean we go down some wrong roads sometimes. But yeah, interesting. Good conversation. Some good bits and bobs in there. So Lord Shiogarath, shout out to you, buds, says that he is on team Wyatt Sicks +1. So Alexa being outside of the Wyatt Sicks. Superman Bassfinder, shout out to you, bud. Really appreciate the support. Firing in a membership, which I'm sure got gobbled up very quickly. We have been doing member streams on a Thursday for many months now, and we do, when we can, unseen members folders. Not possible to do them every day. I've discovered that there's not always an overspill. Sometimes there is, and sometimes there's some really good stuff. But there's not always an overspill. But we'll have to see what tonight brings. I mean, I'm thinking tonight might be a Wyatt Sicks video. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? I mean, there's certainly a lot to talk about. We need to talk about the Kintsugi thing. For those that haven't heard, we did it earlier in the stream, obviously, if you've been with us for a little while. The Kintsugi thing and the Eric Rowan, I've made a friend, and blah, 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 blah. We need to do all of those little bits and bobs. So, yeah, probably be a Wyatt Sicks one tonight. But I do want to get into an unseen because I think there are some interesting bits that have done the rounds today. Carl and Dawn said, it's really bad. I'm at my mother-in-law's house, so I've got to be on my best behaviour. Carl, that's you on your best behaviour. What you was coming out with, the filth that you was coming out with earlier. When you was talking about being in a car and driving around and looking at girls and all that stuff, that's you on your best behaviour. Come on. You're better than that. Well, maybe you're not. Maybe when the cat's away, you know, the mouse plays and maybe you're a dirty mouse. I don't know. I don't know, Carl. I don't know. I just think that this community has now built up quite the mental image of you. So... I'm sorry to hear that you're around your mother-in-laws. That sounds horrific. The Ring General said Metallica, Journey, Def Leppard last week. Now BH. Now BH. What's BH? What's BH? What band is BH? Metallica, Journey. This is a riddle, you Bray Wyatt. What's this? What's this that I've got to try and decode? What's going on? Are you the Riddler out of the Batman comics? Metallica, Journey, Def Leppard last week. Now BH. BH. I'm thinking of BH. I'm trying to think of a band that's BH. My head is just going, bring me the horizon. Bring me the horizon. But it's like, no, well, no, because there's other letters, brain. The brain, there's other letters. There's other letters. Benson and Hedges. Bret Hart. But how does that connect to Metallica, Journey, and Def Leppard? British Home Stores. Yeah. Well, that was BHS, wasn't it? BH. Oh, it's going to bug me, man, because I used to work in a record store, so BH should be able to get. I mean, Blue Horizon I've got in my head. BH? I don't know. I might have to admit defeat on that one. I might have to... Bon Jovi. Oh, guys. It was Bon Jovi. Oh, love it. Love it. Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Burlham. That's what it was. Burlham. Remember their album, 10? Love those guys. Albion Beats. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. The Ring General must be talking about some weird German band, you know? That's all I can imagine. Must be some German band we've never heard of. Erase Your Mind said Rowan's friend. He's reuniting with his spider. Oh my God. Do you reckon that's what it is? Do you reckon he found the spider and he's going to reunite with the spider? Oh my God. I hope so. I hope so. Bulk Hogan. Oh, I love Bulk Hogan. Bulk Hogan's the best. Lisa said it seems that Tommaso T Travels. Oh, I do love Tommaso T Travels. Has dodged a massive bullet this past Saturday when not streaming AEW, as the event had gross elements and many unimportant fights. Do you know what? I wish I'd streamed it. I was never going to, right? It never crossed my mind to do it. That's Tommy's. It's up to him, right? Let's make this clear, right? It was never happening. I never even thought of doing it. But now the event has ended. Oh, I wish we'd done it. I wish we'd done it. I could have had so much fun with that. Dude got a needle shoved in his mouth. Dude had a plastic bag put over his head. You know? I mean, if you can't find the fun in that, I mean, what do you know what I mean? That is right in my wheelhouse, let me tell you. This is where I shine. This is, you know, I just need feeding moments like that, and then let's go. So, yeah, I was disappointed that we didn't do it. I don't know about the show, actually. I haven't really heard a great deal about it, apart from, I think, was there a Danielson match that people told me was an absolute banger on it? I heard that the Swerve match at the end was gross, and I heard that it divided opinion. Yeah, the Danielson match, he's the one that got choked, didn't he, in the bag? So I heard that match before he got suffocated with the plastic bag. I heard the match was exceptional. I heard that match was exceptional. And Ospreay match I heard as well was exceptional. So I heard Mercedes match was awful. But then people do say that about her matches. I don't know why. Probably because they are. I don't know. But I heard her match was awful. I heard that the Danielson match was good. I heard the Ospreay match was good. I think it's one of those where I don't know. This is tricky, right? I think this is tricky because, and let's be honest, because I don't care. We're all friends, right? We're going to be honest. I don't mind AEW, right? I keep saying this. I really don't. I'm quite happy to have fun with, like, you know, the things that they do. But if they get a nice big deal now and they're going to stick around, I can see why that would be beneficial. I can see why that would be a good thing, right? I can understand that they are good for the wrestling business because it gives wrestlers somewhere to go. Even if, like, you know, a lot of the stuff they do has not been to my taste historically, there's people out there that enjoy it. There's people out there that, for them, they enjoy it. I never really understand the... It's a little bit like we enjoy, I don't know, chocolate ice cream. Anything that's got chocolate in it, yeah, we love it. We love it, right? So we love the cookie stuff. As long as it's in chocolate ice cream, we love it. If it's brownie, we love it, right? If it's double chocolate, we love it. If it's chocolate with swirls, we love it, right? Anything chocolate, we love it. AEW fans love strawberry, yeah? Anything strawberry, they love strawberry. It's different to what we enjoy, but there's people that enjoy it. So I don't understand why we would necessarily go over and have a go at them for enjoying something different, yeah? Listen, if they enjoy seeing needles being shoved in people's mouths and they enjoy people being, like, choked with the plastic bag, that's fine. I'm not even... There's no hidden meaning. There's no hidden message. There's no hidden agenda. Like, if that is your bag... Not literally. I mean, you wouldn't want it back. But if that is your thing, then God bless you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. So I don't have a reason. I don't have any reason to hate on that company. So I wish them all the best. But I think, if we're being honest, there's a few people now that are in a tricky position because they are putting on some good matches. Like, 2 big shows in a row now, and TV, I've heard. Wow. I've heard, I mean, Ospreay, I think, has been a game changer. Like, normally, if there's been a banging match, it's because of Will Ospreay. So, since Ospreay came in earlier this year, his TV match with MJF, I never saw it, but I heard, wow, yeah? The match that he has at Wembley, wow. The match he had the other day, wow. Add in the fact that you've got MJF, who's doing great work, right? Danielson just killing it because he's in his final run, right? So he's putting everything and more into his matches. I think there's some people that are going to be in a tricky position where you're gonna, if you really hate AEW, I think there might be some stuff you're going to struggle to really hate. I think there's going to be some stuff that's going to be a bit like you might have to just concede that it was good, because I think there is some good stuff that they're doing. I think there is some good stuff that's happening, and it's interesting watching the people that really hate AEW, really hate Tony Khan, trying to kind of navigate that. It's kind of interesting, because I think, if we're being honest, you got to give them credit for some of the stuff they're doing at the moment. Like, I think the Ospreay stuff I've heard has just been brilliant. The Daniel stuff has been brilliant. I thought their storyline with Mariah and Tony Storm looked really good. I don't know how the match played out, but the builds, I really liked the look of the builds. I thought there was some really good stuff in the builds. So I mean, there's some stuff there, man, which I think is looking good. But then equally, you don't really hear about those things from the people that hate AEW. What you hear about is the needle, is the chair shots to the head, is the plastic bag, and all of that sort of stuff. So it's very interesting for me, right? I'm not making any judgment of anyone, right? Let's make this clear. If you hate AEW, God bless you. If you like AEW, God bless you. I don't give a flip, right? But I am someone I just don't care. I'm in the middle. I don't care. Like, I don't watch them. I don't think about them. Like, I only really think about them as I'm scrolling through Twitter and I come across whatever's happening. That's, genuinely now, I forget Dynamite's on. I forget. I didn't even know that All Out was on. It wasn't until I started streaming UFC that I knew that All Out was on. And straight away I was like, oh, God, that's going to kill this stream. And it did. Our stream on Saturday was poor because we've obviously got a very passionate wrestling fan base, and so as soon as I knew that All Out was on, and I knew straight away this is going to kill this stream, because not only are we going to compete against football, but now we've got to compete against an AEW premium live event. And there had been a few rumblings about would Shane come in. This whole is Shane coming in is obviously grabbing some attention. So I think going back to what we were saying, I think that AEW are in a much better place than when I stopped watching. I think they are doing some good stuff. I do think that they go too far with things. I do think that they do drop the ball by... I think they're trying to shock and grab attention. And I think they're trying to show that they will go further. Because it's funny how wrestling fans, WWE fans, they go online and they say that they want the PG era gone. Like, they want it to be more violent, and they want more blood, and they want more bad language. AEW then show you a glimpse of what that might look like, and then a lot of people go, oh, that's too far. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, God, no, I don't. Oh, that's not what I want from wrestling. But it's like, it's difficult, isn't it? Because if you move away from PG and you do go that bit further, well, that's going to look like stuff like that. You're going to give wrestlers freedom, and you're going to give the creative freedom to go that bit further and to start doing some non-PG things. And that is what non-PG can look like. It feels like a lot of wrestling fans want just more blood, maybe, but don't want in thumbtacks and needles and plastic bags. But I'm telling you, if you open it up to moving away from PG, you're opening it up to that being a possibility. That is a glimpse of what a non-PG product could look like. That's certainly AEW's interpretation. And I feel like the reason they did it is because they knew that it would be a talking point. They knew that everyone would have an opinion on it. And they knew it would be spoken about. And they were correct. Now, what it's done for their image, I don't know. Whether people are like, that's disgusting, I'm never going to watch them. Or if it now actually has grabbed some attention, going, oh my God, what are they going to do on Wednesday? I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. My guess is it's probably not going to move the dial that much. But I could understand their plan being, let's shock. Let's get everyone talking. And let's see if it results in people tuning in to see what we do next. We've just given you this. Well, what are we going to do next? Because the problem you've got is that if you're going to do that on one show, you're going to attract people that like that. Well, how are you going to follow that up? That's a problem, innit? How are you going to follow that match up? Because if people tune in because they like the look of that, you see, this, I think, is maybe where AEW are struggling, is because they're trying to cater to everybody. They want to give you amazing wrestling, right? Like the Osprey thing. But then equally, they want to satisfy the Extreme fans. So they give you the lights out match. But if you're an Extreme fan, you know, you ain't going to want to watch Hook, right? You ain't going to want to watch like some of the other stuff that's on this show. You ain't going to want to watch Anna Jay or Sky Blue. So it's like, I feel like ECW sort of catered to Extreme, and the whole show was kind of set up that way. The whole thing was set up for Extreme. It was in the name, right? You could feel it in the venue, and you could certainly see it in the card. With this one, it's a bit of a mixed bag, isn't it? I mean, if you want amazing wrestling, they'll give it you, but then you are going to have to sit through some stuff like with needles and thumbtacks, which might not be to your taste. But then if you want the Extreme stuff, you're going to have to sit through Anna Jay, Sky Blue, I don't know, whoever else they got, Marco Stunt, whatever. Some stuff that you ain't going to give a flip about. It's like, if you try and cater for everyone, you might end up catering for nobody, you know? I certainly look at it and go, I could find bits there that I would like. I can find things there that I would enjoy, but I can equally still see things that I would not. So, yeah, the AEW thing is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I think they're definitely getting back, though, to a more edgy product. I think they're getting back to a product that's being spoken about again, because I think there was a long period there where they weren't even being spoken about. I think they're getting back to a product that's is, I don't know, it's got, I mean, it feels exciting. I'll give it that. Feels exciting. Feels like, what are they going to do next, you know? How are they going to grab our attention next? How are they going to go viral next? But it still don't make me want to tune in on a Wednesday. I'm still, you know what I mean? I'm still quite happy just being on the outside, really. I think, I don't know what would make me tune. I got asked that before, what would make you tune back in? And the answer is nothing, because Tommy streams it now. And that's his, and I wouldn't step on his toes. I suppose I could watch it and always put a video out after. You know, I could start doing that if I so wanted. But I don't know. I just think that 2023 was hard. 2023 was really difficult. 2023 was not. I used to go into those Wednesday streams and really not look forward to them, because I knew that there would be 90% of stuff I didn't like and 10% of stuff I would. And that ratio is just not very good. So I'm a lot happier now. I'm a lot happier just doing Raw, NXT and SmackDown, just keeping myself to myself. And just literally, I go into every stream looking forward to it. Like, I was so excited for this stream, and I still am, right? I'm a bit annoyed at the slight technical issue we've had, which means I've got to watch it online, which means that I will be a bit more behind than I usually am, right? Again, I did mention that at the start. It's still not fixed. Still saying that there's a fault with the channel, but I can watch it through the internet, so we're okay. But outside of that, I'm super excited for tonight, but that just wouldn't be the case on a Wednesday. Wouldn't be a case on a Wednesday. So, I don't know, lots of thoughts there. I feel like I probably went on too long, but then that is my specialist subject. If I was on Mastermind, rambling would be my specialist subject. Carl said BH is Bondage House. Oh my God, Carl. Carl, do you know what, Carl? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to find that picture that was sent to me of that child, right? From Tony. I'm just going to... You can't make anything out, right? It's just the back. Just the back of a child's head, right, Carl? I'm just going to do you a favour here, Carl. I'm just going to flip over for a second. I just want you to apologise to this child. You can do it. You don't need to super chat it or put it in. You can literally just say, sorry, I'm sorry. Like, you know, you can literally just say that if you want. But if you want to just apologise to... he's now watching you talking about him. Finn, say hi. Aww. If you do want to just apologise to the child, yeah. It's up to you. There you go. Okay. And let that be a lesson to all of you. Right, Nita Nitro said, Daze, the Rascals were pulled from a tag match tomorrow. Street Profits instead. It's come from Twitter. Oh, why Nita Nitro? Why? Logan has responded back. Oh, God, hang on. We've got to watch this now. What's this? Logan's responded. Kevin Nash went off on Logan, saying, like, F you. You're getting paid $5 million a year. And you won't do house shows. F you. But word on the street is next year he is going to start doing a full-time schedule. So let's see what he's going to say.
I got people messaging me. They're like, yo, Kevin Nash is talking shit about you. I said, damn. Who is Kevin Nash? And I mean that. I'm unfamiliar with this guy, which I think is his problem. I'm not as versed in the WWE and in wrestling as maybe I should be, as my peers are. But then how am I so much better than all of them? You know, I don't have the answers to these questions. It is a question. I don't know how I could be the best in the WWE or at least one of the best. Like, I'm surely a top fiver, and I don't even do it full time. Now imagine if I did learn a little bit.
Hang on. I'm going to say something people aren't going to expect here. I don't care if he doesn't know about Kevin Nash, right? I don't think that you should... I think you should have an understanding of where we've been, right? And I think you would hopefully get that down in NXT. But, I mean, they were handing out sheets to the main roster. And they were handing out, like, sheets to people about who these different legends were the other week. I forget what the show was. It was at SummerSlam or something, where apparently word was that sheets were being handed out that just had a little bit of info on the legends that were actually in attendance. This is a picture of them. This is the info. This is a picture. This is the info, right? Because a lot of people that come into WWE now come from gymnastics, come from amateur wrestling, come from football. And to be honest, they didn't grow up as wrestling fans. To be honest, there's a lot that are in wrestling now that didn't come through that way. You know, back in the day, you wanted to be a wrestler. You idolized wrestlers. You was inspired by wrestlers, and then you got into the business. A new way that people get in now is that, you know, your chosen path hasn't quite worked out, but you've got athletic attributes. And so we will make you wrestlers. So I can't really blast him for not knowing Kevin Nash, when I would wonder about some of the new recruits down in NXT if they know about Kevin Nash. The difference is, though, they're not on the main roster. He is. But he is a bit of a different special subject because, of course, he's a big social media star. He's got a massive following. They don't have that. He has definitely jumped the queue. We know that. Just like Ronda jumped the queue, right? He has jumped the queue. So I can sort of let him off. I could understand people going off on that, but I can let him off. The other thing I'm going to say as well is he's not top 5. Shut up. But he is a heel. And these are the kind of things that he's meant to say to wind people up. Sorry, Logan. Continue.
Imagine if I devoted. Came one of the boys. Learned what the difference between a shoot and a work was. Will that make me a champion? Fuck me. Fuck you.
I would also just like to apologize to the kids that are watching because I had no idea that this was the language that we were going to be using. I have never claimed that these streams are good for kids. And I feel like what you're getting here is a glimpse of what Logan is like. As this has gone out on, so anyone can watch this, right? Anyone can watch this. I didn't know until we pressed play what this content was going to be. Do I feel that the bad language is necessary? No. We've managed to do these watch-alongs for 6 years and we've avoided bad language. He has not managed to do a 55-second video. He's not managed 55 seconds, right? That's on him. There's going to be a lot of apologies to this child, isn't there? A lot of apologies. Sorry, Logan, continue.
You're one of the old guys who is bitter that I am better at your job than you ever were. and that makes you pathetic. This will be my sport, and I will continue to make guys like you eat your words when I devote a little bit of time to it. So fuck me, fuck you.
I don't think there's any kill shots in there, you know. I don't watch that and go, oh, I cooked him. You just told him to sort of F off, which is, I mean, pretty low-hanging fruit. Anyone could do it. James does that on a 5-minute basis. So, I don't know. I don't feel like there's anything there where I'm like, oh, he did him there. He did him there. I kind of look at that and I'm like, oh, he's really upset about that, isn't he? Tell me you're triggered without telling me you're triggered. Tell me that you're crying without actually crying. That's kind of how that comes across, really. So, yeah, he has kind of gone, I don't know who you are. But imagine if I did kind of, you know, do this properly. And the other thing I'd say is it's debatable as to how much money he's actually generated. He says that he's better at this than Kevin Nash, but we know that Nash generated a lot of money. Part of the NWO, of course. And think about how those shirts sold. You can make the argument that that's not all on Kevin Nash, but he plays a massive part in that. I mean, the Outsiders coming over is one of the biggest things that happens in the 90s. And then Hogan joining up and the birth of the NWO, Kevin Nash is right there. So, you know, for him to say that I'm better at this than you are, the question would be how much money have you made compared to how much money Kevin Nash and what he contributed made. And I don't think that Logan's anywhere near close. That NWO shirt is one of the best-selling shirts in wrestling history. I don't think Logan Paul's even remotely close. So maybe this is where his lack of knowledge is coming back to bite him a little bit. But there we go. Logan Paul just said a load of words, and most of them were swearing or irrelevant. Let's move on, shall we? Wrestle Knight says, whoa, Rascals can't compete. Yes, I think was it Metal Mama that told us about this. Let's have a look. Here we go.
As WWE Week on USA kicks off with Monday Night Raw, I have some unfortunate news.
We hate TNA and we've kicked the team out. I don't know that that's what she's going to say. We'll go back to it. Right, we'll see. She might. This will be a big thing. If she says that, it's not good news for the partnership.
Due to somewhat conspicuous circumstances, what
does that mean? Somewhat conspicuous circumstance. What does that mean? What does that mean? Conspicuous. And it's uncertain. Let's have a look. Conspicuous. 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 I love that track by Notorious B.I.G. Conspicuous. Clearly visible. Oh, clearly visible. This is very thin with conspicuous Adam's apple, no? Attracting notice or attention. Huh? Conspicuous, very noticeable. Well, that's conspicuous. Obvious to the... Ah, this does not mean what I thought it meant, you know. Easy to see. Huh? Easy to see. Obvious.
As WWE Week on USA kicks off with Monday Night Raw, I have some unfortunate news. Due to somewhat conspicuous circumstances...
Somewhat obvious circumstances?
The Rascals are unable to compete tomorrow night.
Did they get beat up? Oh, are they victims of the car park? They victims of the car park. We know what the NXT car park's like, don't we?
However, Nathan and Axiom will still defend their NXT tag titles, and the team that will challenge for those titles are former NXT Tag Team Champions and two-time WWE Tag Champions, the Street Profits. And that match will kick off NXT.
Imagine if she said Demolition. Ah, that would have been awesome. The Nasty Boys. Imagine that. Imagine that. A name from the past, the Blash and the New Age Outlaws. Oh my God, that would have been so good. Instead, it's the Street Profits. I'm going to save it though. Gonna save it. Well, there we go. We've learnt something today, haven't we? We've learnt a few things, actually. We have learnt that Logan Paul is a sweary Mary. That's what we've learnt. Wrestle Night, shout out to you. Oh, what's this? I'm hearing Bret is under the weather. His status is up in the air. No! No, he's got to be there. No! Thank you, Mark. Oh, what? Repost that for anyone that's not... See all this news that's coming. Look at all this. Oh, my God. Kiana has suffered an injury to her leg. That is going to... So it's not a boob job. It's not a boob... Everyone that said it was a boob job. I think that's my top story, actually. Should we have a look in the folders? Yeah. Rumor has it it's a booby job. Booby job. I'm still going to keep in. Any tweet that's got the word booby in, I definitely want to include. Rumor has it it's a booby job. Oh, what's this now? Gonna head off for the night. Something to do with Julia. We got another tweet coming. Oh my God. It's just non-stop. Is that the latest? The Bret Hart one? Scoop's thread is up. Right. So I think we've got... Okay, well, at least we've got... Thanks, James. At least we've got an update on Kiana. Yeah, Nikki back on the graphic. They finally added Nikki. They did. Oh, what the... WWE is now officially selling CM Punk... What, now that it's broken? You've had it out 3 months, and now you're like, someone's gone, oh my God, do you know what we should do? Do you know what we should do? Why have we not thought? We should so sell the friendship bracelets. They're only like 50 cents to make. We could sell them for $9.99. Guys, honestly, make your own. Make your own, right? It will be cheaper, and it will be more authentic, because it was only a handmade one anyway. So, but if you can't be flipped with doing that, then I suppose you could. I'm going to put that in fun for... I'm just ruining Unseen now. Unseen's just getting ruined. I need to get back to the chat. How long have we got? 17 minutes. Should I put it in fun? No, there's nothing fun about that. I've put it in other. That's not fun. Friendship bracelets suck. If you're into friendship bracelets, get out of wrestling. Get out of wrestling. That's not what this is about. Oh, what's this about? Who's that?
I don't know you, but you got a reputation.
Got a reputation.
Not afraid to get your hands dirty. My kind of guy.
You're my kind of guy.
Was a wrecking machine. He disrespected Adriana. I need you to take him out.
Omos?
I'll put a little extra in here, all right? Get it done.
Ooh, he's tall, isn't he? If he stood up straight, he'd be up here. Yeah, maybe, Omos. Maybe. But then I don't know if that window is maybe not making him bigger. Ooh, you're going in the folder. This is pretty... Can I just say, this is my day. If people want to know what my day looks like, it's basically me doing this, going down Twitter going, oh, well, you can go in the folder. This is basically a glimpse into my flipping life. Right. Matthew said, how have you been? It's been a long time. Hello, Matthew. Hope you're well, buds. It's been all right, thank you. We are heading towards what should hopefully be a very exciting episode of Raw. So, yeah, we're doing good. We're strong. We're emotionally strong. Just taking a little trip down all this flipping news that's coming in. So much news. So much stuff that's going on at the moment, so... I hope you're well. Hope life's treating you well, buds. Carl and Dawn said my virginity ears. Carl, come on. There's nothing virgin about you. No part, not even your ears. I'm sure even your ears have lost their virginity, Carl. Boom. Lisa, would you ever see Alberto Del Repo in the Hall of Fame? I love Alberto Del Repo, man. It's baffling. He's a two-time title holder. His past history tells it all. Well, I think the problem is that he's had some big allegations against him, to be honest. I mean, there's been allegations in the past of abuse and stuff like this, so I don't know, to be honest. I don't know where the dust has settled on Alberto Del Rio. I sort of feel like Alberto Del Rio is not someone that is looked at fondly by the wrestling fans. He's someone that's sort of looked at with a bit of a side eye, like, he was never someone that I think set the world on fire. I think WWE wanted to answer your question, should he go in? Yes. But is there a rush to put him in? No. Because I just think the temperature around him is way too high. And I don't think that there's not a clamour, shall we say. It's not that ain't one that the fans are going to be desperate for. But if you look at his resume, I think if you have been a WWE champion, that means that they gave you the ball. That means that they saw so much in you that they put the top... I think there's only ever been 50-something WWE champions in the history of WWE. It would seem to me like if you've got yourself into that position where you have been given the ball to be WWE champion, then you are clearly seen as being one of their top guys. They're not going to give the WWE Championship to someone that's mid, right? I know people are going to go, what about Jinder? What about Jinder? Well, Jinder, they were hoping to break into India, right? So it was a strategic move. They kept the title on him for a little while, so it's not like he had it a week or two. Plus also, if you look at Jinder, he had some longevity to him. He did stick around in WWE for quite a while. He is someone which I think would be the worst example maybe of someone you would put in that's been WWE champion. But I think because he got given that ball, because he was, for a time, the top guy, and because there are only 50-odd people that can say they ever had that championship, and because he means so much. I mean, from our perspective, it might be weird, but think about how, the people of India view him. Think about how revered he will be over there, So I kind of feel like from our perspective, it might be a bit like, oh, but if you look at it from a global perspective, I think that for me, it's a no-brainer. I'd put him in. I'd definitely put him in. Because you've only got 50-odd people that have ever held it. I don't know the number now. It might be like 55, 56. It was around that ballpark. It is not loads that have been WWE champs, so that would probably be the lowest example. You might look at a Stan Stasiak as well, or an Ivan Koloff, who were just transitional champs, but I think you put them in. They were seen as being worthy of having the ball, even if it was for just a short time. Jinder actually had quite a while. Jinder had it for a fair bit. So yeah, I would put Alberto Del Rio in, but there is absolutely no rush. Sean said there is hope internally that he will still be able to appear and do his segments. Amin, shout out to you. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, think of the guy with the Great Khali tattoos. Maybe there's someone with the Jinder one. Do you know, I was thinking of that as I was just saying it. Wrestle with Andy sent me some footage of a guy who's got a restaurant in India, and he has got tattoos of the Great Khali all over his body. And there is pictures of the Great Khali all over his restaurant. Now, I can't say that it's worthy of putting him in the Hall of Fame just for that, but I do think that for the people of India that watch WWE, Jinder has to be a source of inspiration, because the British Bulldog was a source of inspiration to me as I grew up, and he never even won the WWE Championship. So, plus, as we said, if you actually look at his resume and you look at like how long he was in WWE for, I know that it's going to be like M3MB, and I know there's going to be some joke stuff in there, but the fact that he did get that WWE Championship, considering where the bar is for the Hall of Fame, which I think is low, putting in people like Queen Shamel, then how do you put in Queen Shamel but you don't put in Alberto Del Rio? I mean, the bar is very, very low. I think if we were going to have a higher bar, then we needed a higher bar a long, long time ago. If we were going to have a Hall of Fame that was going to be, like, really exclusive, then there's a ton of names that should not be in there. But that is another conversation for another time. Banana said, did you see the new entry? Yes, I did. I did. We looked at it during the stream. So, had this stream have not started at the time it started, then we would have done a video on it. But instead, it'll just go into the video after, so that's fine. Lisa said, tonight's lineup is 5 times more stacked than the AEW pay-per-view. Would you see any surprises? Not really. I can't. I mean, like, I don't know about someone like Raquel Rodriguez or a Charlotte Flair. I'm not expecting Alexa for the reasons that we said earlier. I'm not expecting Jimmy, because I think if Jimmy comes back, he'll come back on SmackDown. There's obviously the mystery person. We know there's a surprise there. But outside of that, no, I'm not expecting anything. There's no word or rumors of anything. So yeah, it's gonna be a great show. It's gonna be a big show. I wouldn't be disappointed if we don't get, like, you know, anything above what we're kind of expecting already. I still think this is gonna absolutely bang. But yeah, let's go into it with our expectations in check. Like, don't let your expectations kind of run too wild. I wouldn't want it to kind of ruin what I think is going to be a fantastic show anyway, you know. Right. Del Rio definitely shouldn't go in, said TJF. How come? Why not? What makes you say that, buds? Is it because of the... If it's because of, like, the allegations that have been against him, I can understand that. But 2-time WWE champion, 2-time World Heavyweight champion, 2-time United States champion, Money in the Bank winner, Royal Rumble winner, and he's competed in AAA, he's competed in CMLL, he's competed in Impacts, where he was the TNA World Heavyweight Champion, he was won the GFW Global Championship, whatever that is. 2-time and current AAA Mega Champion, CMLL World Heavyweight Champion, so 2 of Mexico's biggest promotions he's won big titles in, and is apparently a current champion in Mexico. 4-time world champion in WWE, Royal Rumble winner. I mean, we said there's only been 50 odd people that have won the WWE championship. Well, there can only be 30 something winners of the Royal Rumble, and he's one of them as well. I mean, from an achievement point of view, I've no doubt he goes in. No doubt he goes in. But I'm guessing TJF is going to say that it's all to do with the stuff which he is sort of known for, which is said like legal issues. He was arrested on the 9th of May after allegedly battering and sexually assaulting his girlfriend. He was booked into Bexar County, and he was charged with 1 count of sexual assault and 1 count of assault causing bodily harm. Rodriguez was later released on bail. Rodriguez was indicted by a grand jury and formally charged with aggravated kidnap and sexual assault, which are 2 felonies. The trial was delayed several times, but the charges were ultimately dropped. So the charges were dropped in 2021, but had that have actually gone to trial, who knows? I mean, who knows where that would have ended up? So, for the woman abuse, said TJ, yeah, I've got you. So, yeah, I've got you. I think we've got 2 conversations. So, from an achievement point of view, no doubt goes in, right? From a or allegation, potentially awful person point of view, that would be the reason why you wouldn't want to put him in. That would be the reason why you wouldn't want to put him in. So that is, you know, one which I can understand why he's not in there. Daze, big time, hello, says SmackDown last ever on Fox did its lowest viewership. It did 1.7, and WWE is going to see another drop with it moving to USA. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know that it sees another drop from 1.7. Raw does 1.7, 1.8. SmackDown has, you know, been doing bigger numbers than Raw. I know it's been on Fox, but I don't know. If we're saying it's doing 1.7 now, does that mean that it moves over and it just goes even lower? Or is it a case that, like, last weekend was I think the first weekend of the NFL coming back? I'd imagine that last weekend was the weekend. Plus, also, you got to remember, this is a pretty stacked show as well. Like, we've got the title on the line, we've got a cage match. Sort of felt like last week's show was like, we just gave up. I think I said that in my review. Like, it just felt like none of the matches really got to that great range. They were quite underwhelming. And the segments, you know, apart from Cody calling out Jacob and an all right LA Knight segment, which really didn't have much to it, there was just nothing on that show. It sort of felt like first weekend of football, let's just get through this. That's how last week felt. This week, I would expect the number to be about 1.7. I would be disappointed if it went below 1.7. You know, if it comes out 1.65, fine. But 1.7 I'd be looking for. I don't see any reason why SmackDown should be drastically different to Raw. I mean, it's difficult because I'm not in America, but I know you have Monday Night Football. I'm sure there's Friday Night Football, but I don't know how that compares. So, in my mind, Raw tonight is going to be up against something. Going to be up against some football. Maybe that results in this dropping. Perhaps this goes down to 1.4, 1.5 as a result, but it's a pretty stacked show. I think it'll do okay. 1.5, and then I'm thinking SmackDown 1, because SmackDown moving. People are going to be interested to see it's moving. It's going to be a big show. They're going to promote the hell out of it. I'm thinking 1.5 today, 1.7 on Friday. That would be my prediction. So we'll see. Obviously, it's a bit of a rough time, isn't it? To kind of be moving what with the football season starting. That just absolutely destroys everything. James said, whoever told you that Danielson Jack Perry was a banger is full of shiz. Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I heard it was excellent. And then I heard that the thing after, right, really took the momentum away. David said Bret Hart puts a Rogers on MNF in sharpshooter. That's all gibberish to me. But there we go. Bret Hart puts A. Rogers on MNF, Monday Night Football, in a sharpshooter. And we all know A. Rogers, one of the greatest players in the history of NFL. I mean, the yards that he ran, incredible. And not only the yards he ran, the way he did it. So stylish, so graceful, you know, so elegant. A big fan, actually. Big fan of A. Rogers. So, yeah, I could imagine Bret putting him in a sharpshooter. And I think A. Rogers would be very graceful whilst he was in that sharpshooter. Right. Do we think that Randy Orton's return tonight? Do I think Randy Orton returns tonight? Well, he's a SmackDown superstar, isn't he? So I don't think so. He's a SmackDown superstar. He was only facing for the title. And if he'd have won it, then he would have moved over to Raw. Okay, here we go then. I am going to be delayed. I've told you this. But I have got the thing just firing up now. This is a workaround for tonight. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Right, I've got the then, now, forever thing on. Forever. Yes. Diddlin', diddlin'. Then, now, forever. Together. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's Joe, isn't it? So we're seeing a shot of Calgary. That's where I am. And we are seeing the Saddle Dome. The streets were saying that Bret Hart is here because he wants to say goodbye to the Saddle Dome. Okay. Drew McIntyre. So we're seeing Drew He's got I Walk the Line on his shirt. There's Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker with Intercontinental Championship on his bag. He is here because there's a fatal four-way tonight. And we're going to see who is going to be the winner. Who's going to take on Bron Breakker. What's her book? What's that? Is her book... Does her book say recently deceased? Recently deceased. Is that what her book said? So here's Unholy Union. They're going to be taking on Bianca and Jade tonight. They are advertising Bret, yes. Bret Hart, the best there is, the best there was. Okay, so Joe is doing the commentary. He's just kind of run down the cards. We've got I Want to Believe sign. We've got Bret Hart sign. We're going to go to the street fight. Joe said, let's not waste any time. Let's go to the street fight. Yeah, let's go, man. Street fight. Street fight. There's a sign that says face, space, 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 me live. And we all know what the missing words is. Here's how we've arrived at this. So we've got a little video package that's just going to show us how we arrived at this Wyatt Sicks moment. Let's go. Bret is still there, said Kelly. Mystery partner for Lyra and Zelina is Natalia, says Brent. Natalia is the mystery partner, says Brent. Alex said, Daze, I believe that was Tony D with Moose in the photo. Looks like his shadow. Sorry about my Canadian dollars. No need to apologize for Canadian dollars, my friend. I could go with Moose. I don't know about Moose, though, to be honest. I mean, I could believe that it is. I could believe that it is. Start said, my name is Salamandra. I love WWE. Raw is my life, says Star Salamandra. Star Salamandra, hello. Big Time said, no one wants boring Natty. The Beach Kevin said, are the Wyatts medically cleared to compete? Did they get their physicals? They are ready. They are ready. They were born ready. Tony chose violence and he moved Collision to Friday against SmackDown because of All Out being Saturday, and they did 157. Well, I don't know that he chose violence, but I mean, I think normally when there is a PLE on, he does move Collision. So I don't know that he... I don't know. I think like they've got a commitment that they still have to do the show. But he doesn't want to do it on the same day as the pay-per-view. I suppose you could make the argument that could he not move it before, but if it's on TV, you can't really choose your time slot, can you? It seems like they are willing to give him a slot on Fridays whenever there is a pay-per-view that they're running, so I don't know. Some of that I don't know that is, Tony. It might be a case that it's just circumstance, you know? Can you take the poll down? It's keeping the chat box away. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. People have voted. Do you agree that they fumbled the Gable Otis turn? Otis did was shove Chad and walk away, and we never got any. Yeah, they did fumble it. I think there's been some pretty bad fumbling actually of that whole thing. I mean, Otis coming out in a free Otis shirt. What's that about? It feels like they sat down and they planned this out and the pieces haven't quite fitted together in the end. You know, I said I think this feud's gone on too long. I think if you face the Wyatt Sicks, like, you're done. That's the message that I think we should send the fans. If the Wyatt Sicks get involved, you're done. You know, I'd love the Wyatt Sicks to, like, come out and for the crowd to be chanting, "You effed up." And I think they'll still do that. But they would have done it a lot louder and they would have done it a lot more passionate had this have been one and done, you know? Instead, we've had Wyatt Sicks against American Made. We've had Howdy against Chad. Now we've got another match. And this was all after Chad got attacked backstage. You know, that was a message that was sent. I think we could have done a bit where Chad was, like, nervous about, like, calling out the Wyatt Sicks. But eventually the Creeds convinced him. They're like, "We'll join up with you. We can do this." And Chad's like, I don't want to. I don't want to go back to what, you know, I think we could have done that. But I mean, it's easy to sit here and kind of, you know, pick at it. It's not been a disaster. There's been some amazing moments, right? And the Wyatt Sicks are in, they're set up, they're good to go. Like, there's no problems there. But I think if we were to sit down and, like, rebook this thing, I think we could do better. I think we could do better. And I'm not even talking about me. I'm talking about you. I'm not even, like, going, I could do better, this, blah, blah, blah. I'm saying you. I reckon some of you out there that are really creative, I think you could have booked this better than how it's been delivered. But it's served its purpose by bringing the group in. You know, the group have arrived. They've come in. They have got the crowds on boards. Boxes have been ticked. And at the end of the day, that's all you need to do in it. Just tick the boxes. Group look amazing. Massive future. Feud's been fine. I just wish they'd made Chad more nervous. I just wish that it was one and done. Yeah, I can cope with Wyatt Sicks, American Made, and then you do Howdy, you know? Right, lights have gone out. I've got the piano beat. This match should bang, you know. I'm so looking forward to this. This group was built for street fights. So, Wyatt Sicks against American Maids in a street fight, opening up the show. There is no commercial breaks for the first hour. We've obviously got the chair. We've got the lantern. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so they are making their way down. Howdy, holding up that lantern. Nikki is there as well. Don't know what was going on with all that graphic nonsense, to be honest. But good to see her. Worth mentioning, just because it's been mentioned before, that he is looking at the lantern, but he's not staring at it endlessly. There was moments where he was looking down there, Huskus. And he is still sort of looking So as Howdy sat down, the lantern was down, but Huskus was still sort of looking up. I was looking at that because there was a big point made about how he couldn't stop looking at the lantern the first time that he came out. But that time, not as much. Maybe the graphics were done before she had fully signed, said Mayor Pete. I don't know, to be honest, because I don't know when her contract was up. I don't know that even if she hadn't signed, if she couldn't have competed. Oh, Nikki is in, and we are underway. She goes right at... Oh, let's go. Let's go. Nikki straight in and straight after Ivy. And it is so good seeing Nikki get down and getting at it. Yeah, man. Let's go. Boom. Edge of the ring goes Ivy. So all of these are brawling and fighting around the ringside area. Oh, trash can has been introduced. Smile on her face. She puts it over the head of Ivy. Now she goes and grabs a kendo stick. And she absolutely smashes the chatter like that. Oh, I think she caught Ivy's thigh there. She is really swinging this thing. And I think at one point she caught her thigh. So she's got... now she grabs her and she's going to hurl her. Oh, into the barricades. She puts it back over again. She's going to look to charge over. She's got all the marks on her arm, which I've never really noticed before. I've never noticed that she's got those marks on her arm. We want tables is the chant. Edge of the ring. She's so good, says Rob. David said, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, lovely work there by Dexter. So we've got Joe, we got Wade, Jackie and Samantha are... Oh, so that's all we've got tonight. We've only got Jackie backstage tonight. Here we go. We got the commentary table being stripped. Nikki is on top of the commentary table. She's grabbing Ivy. Oh, Nikki goes down. Definitely felt that. Kick to the midsection by Joe Gacy. Oh, into the commentary table goes Nikki. Boom. Oh, and over the commentary table goes Nikki. Stomps coming in. Haven't seen much from the boys, you know. This has just been the Nikki show. Joe Gacy in there. Oh, shot to the midsection by Chad. And cracking Dexter across the back. Dexter down at the moment. Rowan on the outside. Now Chad getting in the ring. Oh, shot to the back of Joe Gacy. Gacy goes outside, and that kendo stick has been broken. We've got Rowan on the outside. We've got Gacy. All of a sudden, American Made looking good here. Oh, until he hits Rowan. Oh, look at Rowan. Rowan is so cool. Rowan is so cool. Right, do you know, he's hit a few people with the kendo stick. They've sold it. They've got to Rowan. Rowan just looked at him. Rowan is the monster they need here. Rowan is the monster they need. Lovely suplex there by Rowan. Charges over, collides into Chad Gable. The barricade is wobbling away. Sign in the crowd said, we miss AJ Lee. And he's looking to go underneath. If he pulls out a table, this crowd are going to go crazy. There is Howdy. Ooh, he's pulled out the... did he pull that from underneath? No. I thought he'd pulled out the top of a Raw commentary table. That must have just come off the commentary table. But now he's setting up the table. He has grabbed the table. And right now we are setting that up. Is this American Gladiators, says AB. AB, hope you're well. Right now, we just got loads of boomers down. Boomers down everywhere. Yeah, if anyone managed to get a picture of Nikki and her kintsugi all down her arm, feel free to ping that over. Definitely want to try and get that. Fire extinguisher by Ivy Nile. She's trying to extinguish Eric Rowan. Chair across the back there by Chad Gable. Here's the Creeds looking... Rowan goes through the table. Through the table. Loud boos. This is where we would go to commercial break, but we're not going to commercial break right now. Rowan is down. He got planted through the table. American Made were just sort of standing there for a moment. Trash cans and everything being chucked on top. Crowd are chanting, "You suck," as loads of stuff is being thrown on top of Rowan at the moment. Loads of stuff being thrown on top. Yeah, he's got about like 5-6 chairs on top of him. Nikki is down. It's all American Made at the moment that are in control. Dexter in the ring. There's a chair. Oh, face first into the chair. Dexter goes face first into the chair, and American Made are well on top. Well on top. What I would give for JR to call this, said Brian. Aubrey said, "This is fun." Right now, we've got Dexter down. And we've got the Creeds jumping out the ring. They're trying to choke Dexter out with this kendo stick, pushing him back into the ring. There's a chair in the ring. Again, I know we're going to be like 30 seconds or so behind. Oh, plants him. I do love the reactions from Howdy. I do love how we go back and Howdy's just rocking in the chair like... He loves it. He loves what he's seeing so far. Right now, we've got Gacy being thrown into the ring by American Maids. American Maids still in control. Creeds are in there. Gacy gets smashed. Daniel said Loomis is crazy. Well, right now, he's got a table, setting it up. He's setting up this table. Oh, springboard. Nice. Clothesline there by Gacy. Good work. Table set up on the outside. Right now, we've got, is that Chad that's out there with Dexter? Looks like he's going to be placed on the table. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome," and it is delivering everything we hoped it would. Kendo stick shot to the back of Joe Gacy. Right now, we've got, to the outsides. Right, Travis said, "Am I wrong? But it sounds like they changed the beginning of Shattered. It sounded like there was some added words." Oh, I didn't hear, but did anyone hear if there was something extra that was added? Oh, shot coming in. Boom, and again. So they're absolutely walloping away right now. Right now, Ivy on the outside, grabbing a chair, chucking the chair in the ring. "Do you think there'll be blood?" said WWE Biggest Fan. Oh, I hope so. I hope there'll be a bit of blood. Look at all the marks on her arms and her face. She looks great. She looks brilliant. Nice shot to the midsection and a kendo across the back. Over and down. So, yeah, right now we've got the Creeds in the ring. Here we've got Gacy going into the corner. Oh, collides into the corner and down he goes. This new announcer is garbage, said the critic. Hope Wyatt Sicks do feel no pain thing like the Fiend did, said Shock. No, I don't think they are, to be honest. I mean, they seem to be grimacing and, like, hurting. I think they're trying to make this a lot more human. So, right now we've got the Creeds setting up a table. Crowd were just chanting, "This is awesome," and it has been a really good start. There, look, Howdy looking a lot more concerned on the outsides. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." Crowd are chanting, "You suck." Yeah, I mean, this has not been one-way traffic at all. Here's Rowan. Rowan getting up. He's chucking stuff around. Oof, clothesline. Big boot. Rowan on the outsides, going into the timekeeper's area. What's he looking for? Samantha's over there. He's just trashing it. What's he doing? He's kicking the barricade down. He's going to use the barricades. Oh, he's picked up the barricades. Look at this. He's using that as a weapon now. This is awesome. This is awesome. He's using the barricade as a battering ram. Yes. Oh, that was great. That's something we've not seen before. That's what this needed, was something like that we've not seen before. Just smashing people down. That was good, man. That was good. Big clothesline there by Rowan. Braun fears Lesnar sign. Dropkick by Rowan. Oh, spin kick. Julius Creed goes down. Boom! Uranagi. 1, 2. Oh, Chad makes the save. At least it's padded, said Adam. Ellis Dub said Triple H has corrected what Vince did with Bray's act in this match. He's presenting them as legit matches, not just cheap or cringe-worthy play acting, says LS Dub. Yeah, I don't mind this being competitive. I think, like, it gives it a bit of peril in the sense of, like, they could lose. They could lose. And if the Wyatt Sicks lose, where does that leave them? Right now, it's 3-on-1. Rowan, face first into the chair. Face first into the chair. We've got the Creed's clothesline. Rowan goes over the top to the outside. Chad's, German suplex into a barricade. Man, where's all the other Wyatt Sicks? It's interesting how Howdy is not getting involved. This is a street fight. There's no DQ. There is nothing stopping Howdy getting up. But Howdy is just sitting back, and I think that's really interesting. It shows that he's not trying to take that spotlight. So at the moment, he's allowing them to fight this fight, even if they're losing. Again, we've got "This is awesome" chant as we've got Gacy and Dexter in the ring. Double Uranagis. Tables set up. Kendo sticks in there. Gacy has got Dexter. Power bombs him on top of Julius. Man, so good. This match is cooking, said George. That Rowan moment reminded me of the gauntlet on Gladiators. Yeah, man. Okay, here we go. Dexter going up top. Leg drop. Boom! Lands on Brutus. Drives him through a table. Really fun open, this one. Great way to start the show. Great way to start the show. Right now, we've got Gacy upside down. Big clothesline. On the commentary table. To the outside, climbing up goes Gacy. He's going up. Chad's going up. Oh! Angle slam through the table. Gacy is down. That was a big angle slam. Oh, look at the concern. He's kind of moved over to the side, Howdy. So many great spots. You can see the carnage kind of all around the ringside area. Just all these bodies and broken tables. Here's Ivy. Ah! Kendo stick shots by Ivy. To the head. To the back of the head of Gacy. Oh, I thought for a second Ivy was about to hit Chad's. I don't think Chad realizes it's Nikki that's behind. Oh! German suplex, and there was a kendo stick that was there. Ivy goes down. Nikki jumps out the ring. She has lost her mind. There are chairs everywhere. Whatever she's going to do here is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. Oh, onto the chairs. Ah! I think that hurt Nikki as well. Nikki down. Ivy down. Now we've got Chad's. And Uncle Howdy has got Chad right in front of him. Uncle Howdy rises to his feet, but Rowan takes Chad out. Great energy to this. Such a great energy. It's just non-stop action, isn't it? Oh! Onto the ring steps, man. Yeah. There's that gauntlet. He's got the gauntlet made from the Fiend costume. Yeah, is that enough to put Chad away? I mean, we just went straight into this match. We're already half an hour into Raw. I mean, this has really took up a load of time, but it's been brilliant. Oh, Sister Abigail! Sister Abigail by Howdy! Now we've got Dexter going up. Boom. I think the 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for the Wyatt Sicks. It's a brilliant match. I think there was an important detail there, which is Howdy only got in the ring after the Wyatt Sicks had got this wrapped up. Like that, they were winning. They were in charge. They were about to put them away. Howdy gets in. He hits the Sister Abigail, and they do put it away. There's probably, Chad could probably say, "Oh, we were outnumbered." Blah blah. My life for you. My life for you. Brilliant. Chad is down. And we get the Nikki jump scare as we just get a WWE shop little advert thing. A palate cleanser, if you will. What an opener, said Jadam. Amazing open. Fantastic open to Raw. Yeah, brilliant. Commercial, just a in-house one, not like a proper one. So we've just got a little advert for the week that's coming up. Bray and Harper up there absolutely smiling, said David. Oh, I'm sure they are, but I'm sure they are. So good. That was a lot of fun. How can you cheat in a street fight? Well, they'll say that they were outnumbered, weren't they? It was an 8-person street fight, but with Howdy getting involved, it gave them an advantage. We've got a little something here, which I think might have been shown in the video package. This. I've had a few people tag me in it. So it says case file number 688030, patient ID 85521111334, name redacted, doctor redacted. Session date 1st of July. Shane said, I was wondering if it was a number. I tried calling. It seems like an office for a doctor's office. I have no idea. Tell you what, we've had a few Wyatt Sicks stuff today. I mean, we had that tweet the other day. Then we had an update to the journal. And now we've had seemingly this, which I believe has come from the video package. That's my understanding. That's my understanding at the moment. Two hours on Netflix. Look at that Raw. Do you mean SmackDown? Oh, here we go. Rhea Liv. Rhea and Liv. Rhea just had her eye crossed out. I don't think it's going to mean anything. So yeah, Bad Bloods, we've got Liv and Rhea for the Women's World Championship. So we're in Calgary at the moment, and we've just opened up with that brilliant match. We'll get the score in a second. We're just waiting to see what they're going to move us on to. We're just seeing shots of the Saddle Dome. Oh, here we go. Looks like we're going to Finn. New graphics. FXXX. So this must be Finn. Finn's coming out on his own. Finn Balor. One half of the World Tag Team Champs. So he's been announced as the Judgment Day. There was a few concerns they were going to switch to Street Trash since the merch came out. Great match. Sean said, I called the number. It's very interesting. What phone number, says Kelly? Well, I believe during the video package at the start of Raw, there was a graphic that was shown. It's funny because I normally drown in information. I normally get so many people tagging me and stuff. No one's tagged me in this. No one's told me about this. So this is what I've seen, and that graphic, which I'm having to guess as to where this has come from. Now, this wasn't doing the rounds before Raw, but do you remember they were showing a video package about how we got to the match? I'm thinking it came out of that. So this case file, patient number, blah, 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 blah. Session date, 1st of the 7th. This could be something, it could be nothing. But this has caught people's attention. And people are saying that that is potentially a number. So you could try calling the patient ID, see what you get. I'll leave it on screen for a second. I can't guarantee it is. I don't know what it is. Okay, we got Finn in the ring. I know that much. I reached down and I tried to help you up. The more I helped you up, the more you held me down. Your friend. So Finn Balor in the ring right now. We've had Wyatt Sicks American made. It banged. It was awesome. I was the guy that had your back. I was the guy that made sure that you stayed champion. So Shane said that calling that, it seems like an office for a doctor's office. So, I don't know. There we go. Damien's coming out. I got sand tracks. Metal Mama says, OMG, OMG. Patient ID is Bo. July 1st, we got the tape where Howdy was interviewing Bo. Oh, that's interesting. I want you one-on-one. Fine. I accept. Okay, so Damien is going to be taking on Finn, so it is going the way we thought it would. Haven't you forgot about the Judgment Day playbook? I wrote the Judgment Day playbook. Forgot about it. I wrote it. Here we go. So he's getting jumped. There's JD. There's Carlito. So he's been jumped. Here's Dominik climbing up. He comes down. He gets caught there by Damien. Kicks coming in by Carlito and Dom. And it's a mugging. It's a mugging right now. Is someone going to come to Damien's aid? Could Jay come out? Jay's busy later in the show, though. It's Rhea that's coming out. So Rhea is making her way down. She's hobbling. She is still on a crutch. We did the whole switcheroo last week. Are we going to do it again? Oh, here's Liv. Boom! Yeah, she has done it again. She loves it. She loves doing that fake injury. Jabbing Dominik to the midsection with this crutch. She does have her knee in a brace, though. She does have her knee in a brace. I reckon there is a little bit of an injury there. Oh, though she has just chop blocked her on that knee. Back in the ring goes Rhea. It can't be anything serious because they've announced the match at Bad Bloods. Oh, and she hits her in the knee with the crutch. Oh, well, that can't be a real injury then, can it? Because you wouldn't target it, because you wouldn't want to run the risk. Liv. Oh, the padding off that thing has just come off. Damien jumps on top of Rhea. Liv is hitting Damien with that crutch. They're not the most brutal crutch shots I've ever seen in my life. Oh, that one was. They're holding Damien down. His ribs and his chest and his stomach are exposed, and Dominik is smashing him with that crutch. Right now, Jay comes running down. God, such a great energy to this show. Such a great... You can't take your eyes off it, man. Such a great energy to this show. Really, really enjoyable stuff, this. Really enjoyable stuff. So, Jay makes the save. Yeet! Right, let's end this score. Let's see what the match actually came in at. So it was 46% all-time, 45% great, 7% good, 0% bad. So all-time, 46%. Amin said, do we think that Seth returns tonight and attacks Bronson Reed? He could do. Yeah, he could do. He's been out for a couple of weeks. It is the season premiere, so yeah, I could vibe with that. Yeah, Jay's going to be in the Fatal 4-Way later. Braun Strowman's in it. WrestleLandy said, if Rhea marries Jay, could she then join the bloodline as a family member? Yes, and do you know what? It'd be worth doing just for that alone, wouldn't it? It would be worth doing just for that alone. Okay, so Braun says that he can be in that triple threat last week. He then, of course, would go on to win it, which was quite the surprise. That was quite the surprise. So Raw, 2 hours. I didn't hear that getting confirmed, but apparently it's been announced that it's going to be 2 hours. Raw, 2 hours. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you. We prayed for this. The only problem is that it's been really good for so long that I'm not looking for it to go down right now. Normally, we're constantly asking for it to go to 2 hours. But actually, at the moment, it's been the better show. Here's Braun and Braun backstage. I'm a dog, says Braun. Is the 2 hours a compromise since it is ending in October? Well, yeah, I mean, it must be that it's just to do with the extension, isn't it? I mean, Raw was not meant to be sticking around, but they negotiated a new deal. I'm sure it'll go back to 3 hours when it goes on Netflix. So the badass Braun Breaker having a few words with Braun Strowman. Okay. Not sure this is going to float too many boats, but it is Unholy Union versus Jade and Bianca. It will allow us just to catch our breath. Don't think too many people are expecting a title change. Right. Yeah, I think it goes back on Netflix, said Brony. I agree. Where did it say it'll go back to 3 on Netflix? It doesn't. But we know that this was not the intention. So Netflix have taken Raw from January, and we know that Raw was meant to end like now on USA. So for a long time, people are like, what's going to happen to Raw? Where are we going to watch Raw? So they negotiated an extension. But it seems like that extension is only going to be for 2 hours rather than 3. So I don't know that this indicates Netflix to me. It just indicates that this period till we get to Netflix is where we go down to 2. But there's been no confirmation. This is the first I've heard of it going to 2. There's not even been any rumor of it going to 2. Daze, do we think that Damian Finn will be the best match at Bad Blood? Don't know, but depends who else is competing. Don't know what the lineup is at the moment. I think they're trying to kill some Showtime. They're probably waiting for WrestleMania, says Cameron. Have you called the number? No, it's pointless me doing it. I'm in the UK. I'd have to put, like, numbers in front that I don't even know what they'd be. It's much easier if someone else calls it and just lets me know what it says. The Unholy Union, why don't they announce them by their theme names? What, Isla and Alba? Don't know, they just like the Unholy Union thing. So here we go, WWE break-in. Oh, I might as well just flip over. WWE 10 minutes ago. Break-in Raw will be on USA Network from 8 to 10, starting on Monday, October 7th. October 7th through to the rest of 2024, culminating with the USA finale on Monday, December 30th. So there we go. WWE tweeting that out. Honestly, it's hard to moan because for the longest time I've wanted Raw to go to 2 hours. I think 3 hours is a big commitment, and I've seen more Raws that cannot book a third hour than have done a good third hour. So my honest feeling is 2 hours is the right move, but they've done it at the worst time. They've done it where Raw is the best show right now, and it feels like they've sort of cracked it and they've got some good momentum and people really look forward to Raw. But honestly, I've done so many streams where people have been desperate for a 2 hour Raw. Sod's law, innit? Sod's law. They finally do it. They finally do it. But lots of fans will complain with it being on Netflix. Hey, listen. You go where the money goes. You go where the money goes. Will they fill in those missing hours of Raw with the 4 Saturday night main events till the end of December? No, that's over the next 12 months. So there is one of those that's going to be in December, but that ain't going to fill in all the missing hours. I just think that perhaps the schedule that USA have got has, like, I don't know what they're going to replace Raw with, but perhaps whatever they're going to replace it with, they've only got a 2 hour slot for it now, you know? Like, yeah, we can keep you around. We can give you this 2 hours, but we've actually, the third hour, we've already got something else lined up for that. I don't know. I don't think this is like a massive deal at the moment. I just think it's to the end of the year. That's kind of where I'm sitting on it. Again, like we've said before, note it, move on. Right, we are underway with... it's nice seeing Jade and Bianca in the same gear. That's pretty cool. Boom, nice. Good, good work here by Jade. Jade kind of starting us off, so they're getting her in there. She should do this. To be honest, it's not Bianca that should do the bulk of the wrestling. It is Jade that should do the bulk of the wrestling. Into the corner. Is there anything mentioned about SmackDown going to a 3 hour show? No. That's a good thought, though. But no, there isn't. There's a piece of hair in my mouth and it won't come out, says Brony. Brony, I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that you are having such struggles. Pinned there by Alba Fire. I'm thinking they brought in Bret for Bronson to kill. Oh, I don't know. Bret's had some health issues. I don't know that he can take bumps, to be honest. So I don't know about that. I hope Seth is not ruining Bret Hart's celebration tonight. Right, tomorrow we've got Knockouts champion, Jordan Grace. That was weird seeing that on screen. We just had a little thing in the corner that said that Jordan Grace is going to be popping up. Nice. Boom. So Bianca skipping around, charging over, colliding into Isla Dawn. Daze, do we think that Alexa Grasso beats Valentina? That is really tough. I haven't done my work on it yet, but I think it's really close. I fancy Valentina to get it done, but honestly, at what point does Valentina start declining? So I need to do my research. I do that on a Wednesday and a Thursday. Right now, I don't know. I don't even know what the odds are. I'd lean Valentina, but there's a chance that the decliner's set in now. You've got to be right at the top of your game to be a champion in UFC, and if you're just a touch below that, you know. Did you hear the NXT tag title news? Yeah. Do we know why the Rascals aren't in anymore, though? Did we get an answer to that? Because I didn't get an answer to that. Bianca going over. Same women's match every week, says old guy. Right, we've got Isla. Yeah, the crowd are a little bit flat for this one. Looking for powerbomb, maybe. Yeah, Bianca gets planted. Powerbomb. Isla looking for the pin, but Bianca kicks out. Steven said, don't forget the extension USA gave Raw was a very low amount of money. Maybe WWE decided it's only worth 2 hours each week until they go to Netflix. That's interesting. I don't know, to be honest. Maybe. Isla into Alba. See, the only reason I say I don't know is because TV time is so valuable. It's if you've already doing a 2 hour show, like you've already got the wrestlers, so you're not paying extra. You've already got them. So you don't have to pay extra for the wrestlers. The ring's already set up. The tickets are already sold. The cameramen are already paid for. Like, all the expenses are paid for, apart from the expense of streaming it out or beaming it out. Like, that's the only expense. But are you going to make that money back with having an extra hour of TV? Because really, this is like an advert, isn't it? Someone can flip over, see wrestling, and be like, fall in love with it and become a new fan. And you'd rather be on TV than not be on TV. So I don't know. That's a really interesting one. That if the money is lower, would WWE go, well, you're only getting 2 hours then? Or is it not more in their benefit to keep it 3 hours, and if they could, you know, and actually keep that extra hour on there? Because the cost, I can't imagine being considerable if you think they've got everything set up already. It's an interesting one, that. I don't know the answer to that. Oof. I'd love to find out the answer why it is that way. I'm sure the dirt sheets will be on it. Here's Jade's. Oh, lovely tag team work there with Bianca and Jade going for the cover. 2, 3, and they get it. There we go. Nothing that I've seen, but I'm thinking the Wesley took them out with an attack. Yeah, it's weird because Ivy said about it being conspicuous, which when we looked is like obvious, but it's not, is it? Because everyone's like, what's she mean? Or at least I'm that way. So perhaps it will become, perhaps like, yeah, perhaps there was some footage that's gonna come out. Right. Getting your thoughts. That was our second match, and kind of probably did bring down people's fun of that first out. I mean, I'd say for the first 40 minutes, that was absolutely breakneck speeds. That was absolutely non-stop. So they have left for a local medical facility, apparently. Rhea and Damien. They have announced the match, though, so I can't see them now not doing the match. Right, we're backstage with LWO. I'm waiting for us to go commercial break. We haven't gone yet. Oh yeah, Dragon Lee Dominik is coming up. Everyone knows that Judgment Day can't do anything alone. Here's Judgment. Ray calls them the Addams family. The only thing I saw was a bunch of wannabe thugs. Here's Dominik. Why don't you face me in the ring tonight, says Ray against Finn. You just made a huge mistake, says Balor. Yes, there he is. There's Bret. Bret the Hitman Hart. Yes, and he's going to be next. Yes. Bret Hart. Yes. We are getting him. Yes, Queen. Yes, love that. Love that. Right. I saw there was a couple of super chats. Let's get to those. So, Bobby, shout out to you, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the show. What an hour. Great hour. At least half of it taken up with the Wyatt Sicks. I thought the Damian Finn stuff was really fun. It's only really that tag match, which, you know, is all right. Whatever. You know, it's not the end of the world. But, I mean, there's just been so much for us to talk about. It's been a really good hour. So, yeah, Bobby, I hope you enjoyed that, my friend, and appreciate the support. And Travis said, I'm going to be at SmackDown on Friday. I'll be in a suite. I think it'll be on the left side of the entranceway, but I'm not sure if the seats are going to be on TV, though. Well, to be honest, I don't know what you look like, so it would make it very difficult for us to identify you. But wave. Tell everyone to not wave, and if you can just be the only one waving, we'll keep an eye out. So if everyone else can just sort of hold their phones up or just sort of like stand, maybe they can clap. That's fine. If we can just get the message, like when you're there, Travis, just go around and speak to everyone. Just be like, introduce yourself. It'd be a lovely way to make friends. Just be like, hello, my name's Travis. I'm hoping that I'm going to get like shown on TV, but in order for me to stand out, I really need you and everyone else to not wave. So would you mind just like gently applauding or holding up your phone, or if you've got a sign, hold up, like maybe hold up a sign of like however you feel like this is awesome or whatever. Maybe everyone could like hold up signs, and we'll just keep an eye out for the one person that's waving. And then we'll be able to identify you. That is going to be a hell of a mission, though, because you are going to have to speak to about 10,000 people. So you might need to start like around breakfast time. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If we see someone waving on SmackDown, we'll be like, "There's Travis. That's Travis there. Pretty sure that's Travis." We did tell Travis to wave, and that little girl there is waving. So, Travis, shout out to you, but I hope you have a wonderful time. Right, let's end this, shall we? Let's end this. So, that was 6% all-time, 19% great, 68% good, 6% bad. So, that is going to come out as good 94%. For Bianca and Jade against the Unholy Union. Let's go. And we're going back from commercial break already. No rest for the wicked. Let's flipping go. Our heroes will all eventually look their age, as we folks call it's natural aging. He'll be all right. What are we talking about, Bret? Yeah, but look, it's life, isn't it? Everyone gets older. Look at Trini. It's been horrific. It's ravaged her. She's been ravaged. I'd say Bret looks fine in comparison. Do you want to hear this place roar? Says Joe. Yes, let's go. Bret Hart's. Yeah. Oh my God. Feels like Natalia's coming out here in that music. Oh, only the intro bit. Look at the graphics. Look at the graphic. I like the Hitman bit. Oh God, I like it all. Oh my God, it's just brilliant. Here he is. Bret Hitman Hart. Yes. Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. The Hitman back in a WWE ring. This is how it should be. I mean, if you look at his mobility, though, I mean, you can sort of see why. I don't think we'd be using him like in a GM role, but this is great. Look, he's in there. Hands in the air. There's a dude there dressed like Bret. Obviously, we're in Canada, but he would get this reaction. I mean, listen, London, the UK would go off for Bret. We always loved Bret. So we got Joe, we got Wade, we got Bret in the ring. Look, he's got a little, look, there's a smile. There's a smile. I swear there's a little Bret Hart smile. Something special is going to be happening in Canada. There's going to be an announcement. Big Bret chant. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. The crowd love him. We don't get him very often. Survivor Series in Vancouver. Come Friday. Tickets are on sale. Is that it? Is that it? That's the announcement. Tickets on sale for Survivor Series. That's it, Wade. Give it a bit of oomph. Give it a bit of oomph. Finally, the great man gets to speak. Bobby said he's one of my all-time favourites. Rightfully so. Talks about being a Canadian champion. Talk about being the best there is, best there was, best there ever will be, and the crowd join in with it as well. You're in hot country. Here's the ring general. Chop him, Gunther! Chop him! Chop the boomer! Gunther, what's this boomer doing in our ring? Eh? Get rid of this boomer! I've changed my mind. Bret is the past. We're looking to the future. Get him and make him humble. Make him humble, Gunther. Yes. Don't show him any respect. Don't get in there and say you was brilliant in your day. Just chop him. Take his head off. Come on. Look at this boomer. Look at him. Scared. Scared. I see fear in the eyes of Bret the Hitman Hart. scared. He's letting him live, you know. He's letting him live. Crowd are chanting, you suck. Should chop him for that. Should chop him for that. Crowd are booing Gunther. What a time to be alive, says Gunther. Gunther's probably going to roast his family, says Sparta. If he chops him, Bret will fly out the ring, said Willow. The best there is. Best there was. You are the best there was. But you're looking at the best there is and the best there ever will be. Imagine this match back in the day. All joking aside, how much this would have banged. Bret's actually quite big. Bret's bigger compared to Gunther than I thought. All the boys in the back, we watched you growing up. Oh, he is giving him respect, isn't he? WWE biggest fan said, can I get a tattoo of you? Yes. In fact, I think you should. You'll be a close second to my actual favourite. Who's his favourite? Please say Sean. Please say Sean. My all-time favourite. Oh, Bill Goldberg! Oh my God! Oh my God! It's the greatest line! It's the greatest line! Oh my God! Oh, it might be the greatest line we've ever had in WWE! Oh! No way! No way! You could have told me that was happening and I would have been like, no, there's no way. There's no way. I was like, Sean is going to say, Sean, Bill Goldberg. They didn't even give Bret a chance to respond. Oh, mate. That is so brilliant. That is so brilliant. This is a goated Raw. This might be the greatest Raw I've ever seen. Ah, the hatred that Bret has for Goldberg is just... I feel like if there's only one thing you know about wrestling, it's that. That's it. You might not know anything else about wrestling, but you'll know that Bret Hart certainly hates Bill Goldberg. It's amazing. It's amazing. What a line. How, like, Sammy's come out, but how has Bret not responded? How has he not gone, Sammy, hang on, Bill Goldberg? You want to make jokes about Bret Hart, said Sammy. Oh, Bret Hart is a Canadian here at that Goldberg line. Oh, I'm deaded. Do you think Bill Goldberg sat at home going, yeah? I bet he doesn't see the joke. Well, I bet he's just like took it as a compliment, actually. It's amazing. I'm dead set, Cut. It's brilliant. We're just getting Sammy bigging up Bret Hart now, which is absolutely fine. I've got everything I need out of this episode of Raw. I challenged you to a match, and what did you do? You put your tail between your legs. Oh, that Goldberg line is goated, said Distracted Spectrum. Hulk Hogan is the greatest, said Nikki. Has a better German suplex than Gunther. Jonathan said Oldberg. Alex said this is a great show. K-Dub said Triple H is bringing Bret back to get his flowers. Well, he ain't let him spoke much yet. I think Bret ain't done much talking. He ain't done much talking at all. Here's Gunther. See what Gunther's going to say. I think I'm going to be sat here thinking about that line and just giggling to myself for quite a long time, to be honest. As much as you want to be, and as much as Bret's your hero, you're far away from being in a league with Bret Hart. Bret's kind of standing there like, yeah, you're not wrong, actually. My answer remains no. It'd be brilliant if Bret, like, enjoys this and he wants to do a bit more. Bret, what's Bret going to do? Hello. This doesn't look like a champion to me. He looks like a cow. Someone's dropped a drink. There's a drink on the floor at the ringside area. Bret calling him out, says K-Dub. Be like your hero, Goldberg, said Horatio Mines. Here we go. Look, we've got Gunther taking the jacket off. Sammy jumping out the ring, stepping up to Gunther. Gunther seems to have responded. If you want to go in there with Bret Hart, that's my business. Boom, they're going at it. You could see Bret in the background. He was like 1 minute or something. Shots coming in there by Sammy. Sammy and Gunther getting at it. There's a few Bret Hart people in the front row. There we go. Look, Sammy gets back in the ring. Bret standing there. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Bret in the ring. Gunther walking away. Just waiting for Bret to say something here. Is he going to say something? Gunther walking around. No, no, no. He shakes Sammy's hand and that's it. That's seemingly the end of the segment. Well, that was okay. I mean, it was okay. The Goldberg line is just... Mate. Deaded. Flipping deaded. Bret turns heel and sharpshooters. Amazing, said Charles. A dirty yellow coward, said AB. Bret getting out the ring. Right, we go backstage. We're about 15 minutes from the halfway point. We've vet so good, man. We are vet so good. Don't call me that name, Butch. We've got Braun and Pete Dunne. So Braun's going around to all the people that are in that match. I do like this because it's good that he's not just with one person because it always feels that person's going to win. But here he is with Pete and he's giving Pete an opportunity to do a promo. Listen, Pete. The worst thing you could do for your career is convince yourself that you could beat me. He's taking the mick out of the shrug. What just happened to me out there? Bron Breakker's a badass. Oh, he just destroyed his character. He just destroyed his essence. Oh, hello. Oh, Sheamus! Sheamus! Sheamus attacks Pete Dunne. Now you're mine, Butch. Let's bleed in go. Let's go. Okay. Right, we move. God, this show. Is this what it's going to be like going forward? Because this is just non-stop, innit? I love that Pete is finally acting like Pete again. I miss his shrug, says Haley. They are going to morph him back to Butch. Nah, he's been very clear about not wanting Butch. Very clear about not wanting to go in that direction. Okay, so Liv making her way down to the ring with the rest of Judgment Day. Sheamus is Pete, says AB. Pete is a great name, says Mayor Pete. Dirty Dominik Mysterio is going to be taking on Dragon Lee. That is our next match. Bret Hart kicking off hour 2. So Dragon Lee against Dominik. I could correct it, but I refuse. I think Dominik fits in very well, actually. Dominik. Daze USA is scaling back on 3 hours. The reason is they went for SmackDown is because they want a cheaper deal. 3 hours aren't as valuable to them, hence why SmackDown is staying at 2, says Big Time Baxter. I wonder if that's why then they are looking at Raw and thinking we could maybe do better. We could maybe do better than a 3 hour Raw going forwards. Perhaps in their minds they were like done with 3 hour Raws from October. So they've renegotiated and renegotiated for 2 hours. Right, should we have a little look? I need to have a look here at... I'm trying to catch up. I'm 29 minutes behind, right? On all these tweets that are like firing in, right? That was one of the best matches I've ever seen. The patient ID is a phone number, okay? It asks for an ID number. You enter the case number, and it takes you to 2 different paths, each needing an ID. I haven't figured it out past there. Right. So there could be something to this then. That is very interesting. So apparently, kids... So let's put that in there. Let's repost that. So the patient ID is a phone number. When you call that number, it asks for an ID. You type in that number. Then it wants other numbers. I wonder what those numbers could be or where you would find them. I'd love for this to just be completely unrelated and we're actually sending people to someone's doctor surgery and literally by the end you've ended up booking an appointment that you didn't want. Like, that would be hilarious. But I don't know. I'd like to think that they would have checked that. You know, I'd like to think they haven't put this up and then gone, oh my God, is that a number? Because I would imagine it looks a lot like a number. I mean, to me, it doesn't look like a UK number. But in America, yeah, it looks like a number. So hopefully they've put it up that way because they want you to think it's a number. And they want you to call it. And then you've got that up there. So, yeah, that is really interesting. There seems to be something to this. If you're in the UK, it's tricky. Because you can't just call that. You're going to need, like, the American... code, which is that +11. It's +44 for the UK. It might be +11 for America. You might have to put that first and then do 855211, and God only knows how much that would cost you. It is a lot easier for people to just tell me what the flip's happening. But that is the latest that we've seen so far. Here we go. Metal Mama, what's Metal Mama got? Metal Mama said, I called 855-211-1334. It says, if this is a 6 visit verification visit using the something device, enter the case file number, then hit hash. Then it asks for a task ID. I entered 17 and it gave me various responses like tasks around the house and diet. What? So you got a little bit further, did you? I will try to get another way to record the call and show everyone later. Listen, I don't have a recording of this. So I am interested in getting a recording of that because I don't have one. Unless someone has sent me one in the rest of these messages, which doesn't look like they have. Don't know what that is. I haven't got to that yet. Nope. Nope. Oh, we've seen that. Interesting question mark. Yeah, this is very interesting. Very interesting. I'm not lying. Yes. Did they put a question mark? Who was it? I want to find it. Someone said interesting question mark. Yeah, it was. Very. Oh, it's gone now. Ah, yeah, there. Jonathan says interesting question mark. Yes. Jonathan. Yes. I don't know what else to say, to be honest. Yeah, it is. Right, let's go. Let's go back. Okay, so here's Dragon Lee. Where can I get a screen grab of the Wyatt Sicks post? Which one, buds? Which one? Are you talking about? Are you talking about that? I mean, you could screen grab it from here and just cut that down. It's got all the info you want. There you go. Any of them will do, buds. Any of them will do. This is where you go, no, not that one. No, I've got that. I meant the other one. Oh. Right. Here we go. Dirty Dominik Mysterio taking on Dragon Lee. But Wendy's is advertising nugs during a Dom match. Are they? A little bit of the old nugs. Someone needs to be advertising some tendies, don't they? Someone needs to be advertising some tendies. Daze, is Drew McIntyre going to be after Dom and Dragon Lee after this match? I don't know, but I don't think they've announced the lineup. That rundown might be on like Fightful Select, but I've not seen, to be honest. I have not seen. Okay. Can I get a tattoo? Yeah, you asked me earlier, but I said yes. I said I think you absolutely should get a tattoo. Days. Oh, we read that one. Think we see the therapist again? I wouldn't rule it out, but it's just a go-to. It's just like if we need to go to bring in Alexa in and we need a therapist, I'm sure we'll go and get her. If there's like a loss or, you know, there's rumors that one of the members may go missing in the future and we need like some therapy, we'll go to her. She's not a permanent member or anything. She's just someone that we can always turn to. Right, commercial break. Commercial break. The creator of the bracelet said it was supposed to be a gift for Punk, not the whole world. Well, we didn't want it. we didn't want it either. As much pain as you're in, we're in more. Gods. Literally, the only thing that she should be saying is sorry. It all points to Alexa, says K-pop. Daze, who is Dominik? A very naughty boy. It'd be wise for everyone to get a big head tattoo of you. Yeah, I think it's a must, to be honest. I think it's a must. The bracelet is dead. Bye-bye. Well, it better be. Flipping better be. I've got Kim's Trains has got something here. What's this? I don't know what this is. Plus... The 404 video in the recapitulation page has changed. There is someone speaking. They sound female. No, I've seen that before. Anyone going to see the action film with Dave Bautista? Nah. Nah. I wonder if Dominik has matching tats with Liv. He and Rhea have matching ghosts. That's true, on the thumb, don't they? I bet Zelina will come through the crowd, said Mr. Zoom Station said Dom's getting pushed harder than Scrappy Doo. Crazy said there's a typo in the title. Do you mean in the match thing at the bottom? I know, I don't give a flip. If it was someone that was cool, I would care, but it's only Dominik. Lisa said, is it halftime? It's 4 minutes early, Lisa. I don't like being early. Wrestling is the best ever, says Matt. Daze, I'm having a bracelet made for you. Well, I look forward to throwing that in the bin. Daze, Dom could be the new Doink. He's already a clown. Oh, look at it. Yes. There we go. There we go. There you are. Guys, I'm going to have to call it a night, said Christopher. I'm at work in the morning. It's been a great show. So, oh, Christopher, dude, you're going to really miss out. All the good stuff is still coming up in the third hour. Oh, it's going to be so good. We're going to eat so good. Honestly, this show just is, it's one of them shows that's just going to get better and better and better and better. But I understand you got work, bud, so I get it. I've been there. You have a good night, pal. You have a good night. Oh, I think Christopher's gone now. Oh my God, this show is going to bang. This is going to be so good. This might be the greatest second part to a Raw ever. Ever. So good. I can't wait. We've got that Fatal 4-Way, man, and that is going to just be so, so good. Shame that Christopher's got to miss out in it, eh? Don't forget, we've got the debut of Julia. Yep. K-pop saying good night to Chris. Christopher's gone already, but he's already gone. Gotta go to work, innit? Kim Shane said Daze always comes on time. Do you mean arrives? You mean arrives, don't you? You know, remembering the kids that are watching and everything. How do we think about 2 hours? I like it. Could Netflix follow that 2 hours? Well, they could do. I don't think they will. But it's hard for me to sit here for years and years and years going, God, I wish Raw was 2 hours. And then they finally start making decent Raws where I'm fine with it being 3. And then they take it to 2. And then, you know, I complain about that. So I'm going to say what I said earlier, and that is I've seen way more bad third hours than good third hours. Like, I can't make an argument for a weekly wrestling show being 3 hours long. I think that it's hard to book a 3 hour show, and they've said that themselves. So 2 hours Raw should mean that we are just eating so good. Those shows give me, I'm so optimistic that those shows are going to just be amazing. Because imagine all the Raws we've had, but with an hour taken away. Take all the hour stuff that you're not interested in. Just have 2 hours. That's what these Raws could be like. They could be so good. They could be so good. So rather than 3 hours where you go, yeah, do you know what? That was decent. That was good. How about 2 hours where you go... I mean, take this show, for example. You know, this show has been going an hour and a half. If this match was to end now and we went to the Fatal 4-Way... This has been an amazing show. Hasn't it? An amazing show. So I kind of look at it and I'm like, I'll take 2 hours, yeah. For the long time, that's what I wanted. It's just such a shame that it's now where Raw is the best show. Ray on the outside, forearm strike. JD getting involved. Yeah, LWO launching themselves off the barricades. And we've got a big brawl happening around the ringside area. Oh, hello, little bit of lag there momentarily. I like Dragon Lee, said AB. I don't need to see more Dragon Lee Dom matches. 619 by Dominik, 619. Dominik goes up, frog splash, boom! Lands on Dragon Lee and wins. Dominik gets the win with a frog splash. Here is your winner, Dominik Mysterio. The only way. I've got the voice of a flipping angel, I have. Yourself the only way. I wonder if I should have been a rock star. I am. Right, we're backstage with Jade and Bianca. Oh, here's Kyrie busted I saying. Is there a problem? EO said, we just want to say nice win out there. And Kyrie went... Kyrie is endlessly entertaining. Endlessly entertaining. Here's PFC. Pure Fusion Collective. Right, WrestleOps saying what PW Insider said. Kiana James was removed from the WWE active roster because she suffered a leg injury and as a result is expected to be out for upwards of 6 months. Anyone been to the WWE store in Niagara Falls? I did. And I've got footage from inside there that's on my video camera that I have never reclaimed. Do you remember Triple H on the Stone Cold podcast said it was hard to write 3 hours? I genuinely believe the quality is going to improve and it will get a much better version of Triple H. Well, I think as soon as you get to the new year, it goes back to being 3. So I don't think it's a long-term thing, but yeah, I am... What? I don't know what this. Johnny. Who's Johnny? Okay, Jackie Redmond has got more. Let's pay this some attention. Oh, look at all that. Very large display of flowers and everything. Must have been a hockey guy, was he? Number 13 jerseys. Goudreau? I've never heard of him, but I wouldn't. I mean, I only know of Wayne Gretzky. My ice hockey knowledge is 0. This is really nice, isn't it? I suppose you can't ignore that, though, can you? Look at the display outside. Lots of flowers and Gatorade and... John and Matthew Goodrow. That was tragic to hear about, said J14. Yes? So we've got a graphic on screen for them, and that fades, and I think commercial break, maybe? Yeah. Okay, let's do halftime.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
There we go. I did just read there what had happened. People just letting us know. Appreciate it. I saw Justin first say he was a hockey player that was hit by a car whilst he was riding his bike in New Jersey. Well, I'm very pleased that we took a moment there to honour and remember remember him. I thought that was lovely. Okay. Let's get some scores. So Ashma says 8, Stone says 8, Rob says 9, Chappie with a 7, Eric 8.5, Brony 7.75, Jeremy 8.5, Zoom Station 6.9, Cherie 8.5, Captain Cornball with a 10. 6 said you need to make an updated version. I score a 6. That's sad. Mark with an 8, Danny 725, Bobby with an 8, K-pop with an 8, and it was written out as a word. Rob with a 9, TJ 8.1, J725. Kim's Train said, I read about it yesterday. It was tragic. Rob with a 9. Bishop said 7 days. You need to get that recorded out of 10. Norma with a 7. Wrestling Proud with a 9. Haley with an 8.5. Vic with an 8.5. Brent said SmackDown 3 hours starting Friday. I've not seen that confirmed anywhere. Roxy said 9.8. Spartan said 6. Matthew said in October and December Raw is 2 hours. Metal Mama said the editor didn't know what they were stirring up. It's an unrelated number. Oh, is it really? It is unrelated. WW, is it really? That is, if it is unrelated, that is hilarious. If they've botched it and it's an unrelated number, that is hilarious. I need you to know. TJ 8 point. That makes me want to call it now. I don't care how much it costs. I want to get through to someone tomorrow. Are you Uncle Howdy? No, this is a doctor's surgery. Can I help you at all? I want to speak to Uncle Howdy. I'm afraid there's been a mistake. Is Nikki there? Is Nikki there? Yowie wowie. Can I speak to Nikki? Is Alexa there? When's Alexa coming back? No, have you got a medical problem? Have you got a medical... No, I just want to speak to Rowan. I love the rabbit. I love the breakfast spreads. Tell him I love the breakfast spreads. He should sell it on WWE Shop. Can you tell him I love him? Can you tell Nikki I love her? Is Alexa there? Are you in the fun house? Are you in the... Can you send me a picture of where you are? I'm going to do that all day tomorrow. Very excited. Very excited. Right. Let's go. Finn Balor, Rey Mysterio tonight. Trini said, I just had someone tell me on IG to go back to the cotton fields or the kitchen. I am at a loss for words in 2024. Go back to the cotton fields. That, I mean, it's out there, isn't it? It's out there. There's some people out there that just try to set out to kind of cause that kind of pain, you know? It's how they get their kicks. Just awful, awful, awful people. AB said that drunk driver definitely gets life in prison, but I've got a sick feeling that a deal will be coming up. What's she got on her thigh? Look, here's Zelina, and she's got... Oh, it's the... whatever it's called. Flip-flop. So, Zelina making her way down. Spartan said, Daze, PFC also means Pillow Fighting Championship, which is the only PFC that I acknowledge. I'm actually a world champion at that. Sean said, the journal entry has changed and it's not unrelated. You enter the ID number, it asks for other numbers, go to the journal. Huh? The journal entry has changed. We know that. Well, I don't know that it's changed. But we know about the new one. It's not unrelated that you go to the enter ID number. It asks for other numbers. I don't get that. I don't understand, Sean. Oh, hello. What's this? Lyra's doing her entrance. What's this? Sonia's interrupt. What's this? She does the bum. She does, yeah, boo that woman! Boo that woman! She didn't get, she would, ah! I like their white and black gear, by the way, PFC. PFC. They have a mystery tag partner. Who's he gonna be? Natalia, surely. Shoot your shot. Yep. Natalia. Oh my god, I wonder if she saw that Bret was backstage. She knows Bret, you know. Natalia making her way down to the ring. The daughter of Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Could you imagine if we did mixed match challenge and we had Natalia and Bret as one of the teams? Oh my god. Imagine that. Just don't tag Bret in. Just have him stand on the edge of the ring. You could do it. Natalia would be like, listen, I know you're not that. I know that you're not in the shape that you used to be. You just stand there, Flower. You stand there, you boomer. I've got this. Yeah, imagine that. And imagine, like, oh, you should do that. Do that, WWE. Imagine Natalia, because it's only men against men, women against women. So it would mean if Natalia can beat the other woman in the other team, Bret would keep getting through. They could get to the final. Bret Hart in the final of the mixed match challenge with Natalia. Oh, think of the joy that would bring the world, and the world needs joy. I need some joy. Do we think that Steve Blackman is the mystery partner of A-Town Down Under? Yes. Yes. Natty's Unnaturals are really out there. Oh, I didn't notice. I don't ever look, to be honest. I can't really say. They scare me. Why would she be a mystery? Should have just said it was her, said Hulk Hogan the greatest. That's true. Bret for Speed Champion. Oh, I don't know that he could. We can't really carry him to that. We can't really carry him to that. No more filler matches. I've got someone asking why this might relate to Alexa. Can't believe that happened to Trini. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. But it is out there as well. Like, unfortunately, like, I do see it. I see it myself on social media. Like, it's awful. I mean, we know that racism exists. This ain't breaking news. But it's just horrific, like, for Trini to have to experience it and go through it, you know? The first hour of Raw was great. The second hour has been ass. The third hour is on track to be a dumpster fire. Yeah, I never thought this third hour would be any good. I never thought it would. I was pretty convinced, actually, that it was just downhill from here. Daze the Raw is a must-watch for me, says Amin. WWE Big Fan said, I've got the halftime score as a ringtone. Good. Everyone should. Do you think that Tyson Kidd will return to a ring one day? No. I think he's done. I'm out for the night, said Crazy Cheech. Just cleared. The sky has cleared up to get some telescope action and plane tracking. Have a great... You can do it on your phone, buds. Plane trackers on your phone. One of these days, Natty is going to need a shopping cart for these girls. Tell her to go to online gaming and listen to that. You'll get thick skin. Oh, well, no. Let's not do that. I could imagine that it's quite brutal on there. Sandtrax is an electronic television system that records time and attendance and tasks performed by home health aides and other providers. So, apparently this phone has got nothing to do with them. I love it. It would be reckless of me to say keep calling. Oh, even Rob Fee has said it's unrelated. Guys, the patient's ID is unrelated. Please do not call. Do you know, I've been saying that all stream. I don't think that this is a number and you really shouldn't be calling it. And it's not funny because these are healthcare professionals that have got a job to do. I mean, they have, but it's still funny, isn't it? Daze Goldberg is coming back to join Imperium. Oh, yes. Yes, Queen. Right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, NXT is going to be peak tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's going to be peak, man. It's going to be so peak. Is that what the kids are saying? Peak. It is going to be peak. Oh, Metal Mama, you were calling that, weren't you? You were calling it and putting in loads of numbers. Metal Mama! You was doing loads of calling and you weren't meant to. Oh, that's bad. I wonder if Rob Fee wants me to provide some names of people that were calling. I could do that, couldn't I? I could get in touch with Rob and let him know some of the troublemakers that were like calling the number. Because you remember earlier, Metal Mama was like, I've put in this code, I've typed this in, I'm going to see if I can record it. Do you remember that? And then it turns out that it's all unrelated, and she was actually like wasting a robot's time. That's a federal offence, you know. It's like it's worse than wasting a police officer's time. Wasting an automated phone answering system's time. That's bad. That's like 5 years in jail. Here we go. We got Natalia looking for the sharpsuit. Where is she? Where is she anyway? I bet she's gone in hiding. Oh, look at this. We got triple sharpshooters, but flipping Lyra can't do it. What's Lyra doing? What's Lyra doing? Hey, Do you know that? Oh God, someone needs to make that. I need a picture on the one side of them trying to do triple sharpshooters and Lyra botching it, and then on the other side, do you know that meme of the dragons where you've got like them all like really angry, but one of them is like that. I need that meme on that side with Lyra being the dragon. And I need a picture of her botching the sharpshooter on the other, because that was hilarious. And I love Lyra, and it all comes from a good place. But funny is funny. Comedy comes first. Comedy comes first. The other two had sharpshooters on. She had a single leg Boston crab. Silly. Oh, love it. Yeah, where's Metal Mama? Anyway, I haven't finished with the... There we go. I want it on screen. I told on myself earlier where he told me the editor didn't know what... Oh... I told on myself earlier, lol, where he told me the editor didn't know what they were stirring up. Nice try, Tattletale. You was the worst out of all of them. I was here for it. It's all recorded. Yeah, I bet Rob's watching this, actually. And, Rob, if you want, it was Metal Mama. In fact, she just said, I don't care what he says, I'm still going to do it. That's what that's at the end of her message. She's gone rogue. She's gone flipping rogue. Oh, so good. Kay Huntington 5 minutes ago says, the patient ID is a phone number. I just called it. It seems like a medical facility. Who are you, Vince? When it asks for ID, I put the file number and it made a reference to the 6th visit verification. 6? No, apparently it's not connected, buds. Apparently it's unrelated. They are currently pursuing legal action against people that have called. Metal Mama is the worst culprit. Send. Oh, I'll give you a follow though, but because that is hilarious. I'm having such a lovely time. I feel like so much trouble has been caused tonight, and I am so here for it. Oh, mate, I am so here for it. Oh, yes. Yes, Queen. Daze, what if Bo acts like he's possessed and he claims that it's Bray? Nah. Don't want that. I think like there's a way of channeling Bray and saying that he's receiving messages, but I wouldn't be looking for him to be getting like possessed, and I don't know. I feel like that is going into territory which is very sensitive. James said, Days, Nita Nitro is trying to tell you that there's a Cara Noir interview that's dropping on Fightful. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, James. Thanks, James, bud. Appreciate it. James letting us know all the latest news is a good egg, man. Is a good egg. So, James letting us know. Oh, have we got the thing? Yes, Queen. Oh, so many queens. Oh, my God. Let's have a look. Let's go. I haven't got anything. I haven't got no audio coming through. Mr. Rage Bomb, have you called it? Let the sounds on. What's this? I don't have no... Oh, I'm all disappointed now. Don't call them back. Even I'm not going to stoop that low. But if you'd already called them. But I don't appear to have any sound on
scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want
War
to
Games.
know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat.
War Games.
Halftime scores, everybody.
So it looks like we're doing that again.
Scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores.
Survivor Series, War Games, Vancouver.
Halftime scores.
Tickets are going to be on sale Friday.
I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could
Pre-sale
just press play
passwords.
then. Just sit here like this.
Yes. It's like Dazeception. I am so cute, honestly. Oh my god, I'm like one of those little puppies that you adopt. Look at me. Oh, don't you just want to feed him? Yes, queen. Right, War Games, something to do with tickets.
I really want to know your halftime
Daze, I've tagged you on Twitter. You're not going to... Oh, they're selling a... Oh, yeah, I know, buds. I know about the flipping bracelet. Can't escape them.
Are you happy? It's the halftime scores.
Can't escape them. Right, we're seeing the flag hanging up.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded.
And we're backstage. There is... Oh, my God, we need a segment with her and Bret.
Just sit here like this.
Yes! That's what we needed! This is a Natty moment, not a Bret moment. Oh, we got away from it! Who's producing this, Goldberg? We were just watching Bret and Natty. Now we gotta go to Drew. It's the screw job. He's been screwed. It's the Calgary screw job. Oh my god. He's been screwed in Montreal. Now he's been screwed in Calgary. I hate Drew, but we gonna hate him even more coming up, says Metal Mama. Why is he gonna call that number in the ring? Dun, dun, dun. Drew making his way down. Dun. Right. More half. Oh, did it play again? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's because whenever I press the button and it plays, I never unpress the button. So that means if I change screens and come back, it just auto plays. There must be a way of turning that off, mustn't there? There must be a way of it automatically. I have to look into that. It's a banging song, though. I can't imagine anyone being upset at hearing it again. Bang. I just imagine you were all just like this. Yes. God, come on. Yes. I bet he got screwed a lot more cities than that, says Ray. Oh. Oh. It's kids watching, Ray. Do better. Drew is making his way down. Don't call. I'm glad that Rob responded and cleared it up. We can move on to new theories now, says Mike. Yes. Yes, Queen. Bret said I called it earlier. That's fine. I could hear that halftime song many times, says Lisa. So they were chanting CM Punk. Yeah, he started it again. He's like, yeah, keep going, keep going. It doesn't upset me when I hear it now. WRKD said, I hate to say it. All right, so WRKD said a group's going to get a new member tonight. And now they're saying, I hate to say it, but I've got to pull the classic plans have changed. No, let me show you. I'll show you. I never even saw this. WRKW said a stable will get a new member tonight. And then literally moments ago, hate to say it, but they've pulled a classic plans changed. Apologies. Still expected down the line. I never even saw that though before. So I wasn't expecting anyone. Is this going to play the halftime song?
Halftime score.
Nah, I'm only joking. Right, Drew's in the ring. Drew is in the ring, and he was quite happy with the chants. I know you expect me to gloat and make some zingers. Days breaking news, October 7th to October 30th, last Raw on TNT, next year, Raw Netflix. Thank you, Matthew. Days will never really that Spartan. Hello, William. I haven't said hello to William. On to the present and the future. Me, Drew McIntyre. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Have I missed a match? I haven't, I have missed a match. My first Hollywood movie comes out, says Drew. Killer's Game with Drew. Okay, you need to vote on the Natalia Zelina stuff. I'm afraid I got some bad news. And it involves you. What's this? Oh, is he going to mess Wade up? Go on. What is this? I don't have many friends left. You're one of my oldest friends. Why did you step in my way when it was time for me to end him? I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Man, imagine if we get a Drew Wade feuds. I wasn't ready for this. What's going on? What's this? He can still go. He can still go. He's got some bad news about him. He can still go. If you do it again. If you do it again. I won't be disappointed. I'm going to be angry. Oh my God, this is so good. I'll do something about it. This is so good. Really intense. And actually, Wade is taking the headset off, man. Go on. I want this crowd to go loud here. Go loud. I'm literally the one guy still looking out for you. No. No. No, you could have let that cook a bit longer. No! No! The voice of reason. Not the voice of WWE, the voice of reason. You don't want to fight him, he don't want to fight you. Can you join me in the ring? I've got some information that you need to hear. I was talking to my friend. That was really good. That was really good. I heard what you said about Punk. I spoke to CM Punk earlier today. CM Punk's not done. So Punk's not done with you. Is this going to be a bad blood match that got ruined? Loud CM Punk chants. It's going to be Adam versus Drew. I don't believe you. Who wants to see Drew against CM Punk one more time? You're going to sign his death certificate. Wade could do a Nigel McCarling or whatever his name was. I love Nigel McCarling. My favourite, Kim Strange. That actually works well because Carlin's one of the biggest lagers over here. So it does work. And it's so close because the word you've got wrong is another drink. That's funny for a reason I'm not sure you'll understand. Hell in a Cell. The announcement is made. Drew versus CM Punk. Hell in a Cell. And Drew has got some thinking to do. Hell in a Cell finally said to heel, give it to me right now. Drew Wade said typical. Yeah, I'd love Drew versus Wade's. Yeah, I'd love that as well. Let's flip in, go. Is he just showing off his, is he showing off his knowledge there? So, yeah, there we go. It was expected. It was also ruined, unfortunately, earlier. Hell in a Cell. Okay, here's Carrion backstage with The Miz again. Here's Xavier. I like Xavier's Bret Hart shirt. Everyone thinks I'm going to get destroyed by Bronson Reed. I am in a rut. So we've got Xavier and Miz just exchanging a few words at the moment. Hey, Brett. Ah! These two seem to be back on the same page. I got us a shot at the WWE Tag Team titles. We can walk into our 10th anniversary this November. Well, they seem quite excited. There was a few little lines in there. which suggested that things aren't still totally perfect, but AJ could return at Bad Blood like Kane debuting at the original, said Wrestle Andy. No more heel turn for Woods. Don't know. There was still a little mention about them, you know, we were going after singles titles, but I suppose we could do tag title. Listen, do you know what? If you're going to split them, wouldn't like one of the perfect times to do it? He's took his hat. Oh, he's giving it back. Wouldn't one of the most perfect times to do it be on that show, the 10th anniversary show? Split them. We all want them split. Split them. 10 years. They've served their time. We have a date for the New Day turn, says Matter. Chelsea Green as Bret Hart was awesome. Yeah, it was. It really was. USA is the new home of Friday Night SmackDown. News, making big news. I love how they've retconned Odyssey Joe. He's just gone, isn't he? He's just gone. Why is the Piz still here? I hate him. Get him off the screen. Show the lovely Jackie Redmond or Scarlett. Odyssey who, said Zoom. Odyssey who? Right, how long we got left? We got about 50 minutes left, haven't we? We got about 50 minutes left. And this has been a good show, man. This has been fun. I don't think it's been perfect. I think we had such a hot start and it has kind of fluctuated. But yeah, that bit just with him and Wade, oh, so optimistic. I was so hopeful that we were going to get something real juicy out of that. But I mean, listen, we've ended up where we thought we would end up. And it's hard to be down on that, isn't it? I want to see a picture of the flipping... botch. That Lyra botch is on my mind. I've got Lyra on my mind. Ah, there it is. Fightful. And do you know what? She doesn't have a sharpshooter. She had so I wonder if it was on purpose, actually. She doesn't have a shot. She has a double leg Boston Crab. She has a single leg Boston Crab. She has a sharpshooter. I'll have to rewatch. Perhaps she does just have a... Perhaps they did 3 different ones. Perhaps she did it right. Perhaps she... I knew it. I knew my girl would do it right. There was you. Like, you had no confidence in Lyra. Did you? You're like, oh, Lyra's made a mistake on this guy. I was like, guys, Lyra doesn't make mistakes. She's mother. She is mother. So, there we go. Queen. She's queen. All the virgins on here were saying this was a boob job, as if they have never seen a pair of boobs before. They don't know what a push-up bra is, apparently, but go ahead and speak more on women's bodies. So that was Kenny for your thoughts, talking about everyone that was talking about this being a boob job, which, yeah, I mean, when I was being sent images of her, like... and people saying, look, they're clearly in hat. I was like, oh, I don't know, man. I'm out. I'm out. This conversation doesn't... This ain't where I want to be. This is where William Hensey lives, and I don't want to live there. So, yeah, apparently an injury. Yup. Right, they fight over the butter dish. It's not a sharpshooter, it's a half crab. Well, not what, no. What Natalia had was a sharpshooter. Would you know why it is going 2 months next month? Well, we think it's just what they've renegotiated, to be honest. We know that it was meant to end and go to Netflix, but they've renegotiated for it to continue. And it looks like they've renegotiated for 2 hours. We don't know if it's due to the amount of money that's been paid and they're only going to do 2 hours, or if it's a case that USA have got something else that was lined up. Because it seems like there was a little mistake. It seemed like someone thought the USA deal was going to end at the end of the year, but it wasn't. So they started their deal with Netflix in January, but USA deal ended a few months before that. So there was a big question of, well, where are you going to put Raw? And it looks like they fixed it, but it's going to be for 2 hours rather than 3. Right. Is it bad that I only collect male instead of female? Collect male what, buds? Collect male what? I meant it bad. I only collect male wrestlers. Oh, you shouldn't collect any wrestlers, but they're people. Got families and loved ones and everything. Right, we are underway. We got Finn and Rey. Finn versus Rey Mysterio. Okay, this is all right, but there's not really much to it, is there? Okay. Main event will be the Fatal 4-Way. Yeah. That's kind of all we're waiting for, really, at the moment. But do you think Roman will speak to the universe? Well, not on this show. We are thinking that he is going to be coming back. Do you know, there's lots of things that are doing the rounds at the moment, right? I'm going to show you something else. I mean, there's so much news coming through. This is why I'm trying to bring you as much info as I can as it's coming through. It's one of those shows, really, where there's a lot of conversation happening away from the show. But this is another thing here. Look, Elite Rockers says a 2-hour commercial-free Raw is the plan moving forward in the Netflix era. This is a good example of something that's got 121,000 views, right? 121,000 views, no source whatsoever. I have no idea where that has come from. Elite Rockers X could have just completely made that up themselves. I don't think they would. They may have got it from somewhere, but is it a good source? Is it some that they've just seen on TikTok? Is it some that someone said on Instagram? Like, this is a lot different if it's coming from Sean Ross Sapp compared to if it's coming from Zero News, you know? If I told you this was from Zero News, you might feel different about it compared to if it comes from Sean Ross Sapp, yeah? So, that to me, that won't even make it into Unseen. Like, I wouldn't even bother including that. I've got nothing to work with there. I have no idea, unless I see like other people saying it and I can see it comes from like PW Insider or someone. But I just wanted to show you that because I have been tagged in it, and yeah, brilliant. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Do I follow you, by the way? Do now. So you still get a follow for that, but I can't do anything with that because where's the flipping source? I don't get that, and there's loads of that as well. There's loads of that goes on with these accounts that just post stuff and there's no source. It doesn't have a source. Just saying that's an opinion. It annoys me with some Twitter accounts. What he's just saying, well, but then it's got like, but it's got siren emojis that are like emergency. You need to be aware of this, doesn't it? If it's an okay, if you're telling me that's an opinion piece, why would you put the 3 sirens there, like emergency, like this is breaking news, isn't it? That's the vibe it gives off. And this isn't. There's nowhere there does it say it's an opinion. A 2-hour commercial-free Raw is the plan moving forwards. I mean, there's no opinion there. Is the plan moving forwards? I'm not trying to call this person out or anything. I'm just saying this is the kind of stuff that you encounter all the time on social media, and it catches so many people out. And listen, there might be some truth to that, but without a source, how do I know? Where does that come from? So yeah, that would not make unseen. That's an example of... that's an example. Right. I'm not defending him. He clearly doesn't have sources. Well, I don't know what he said. I don't know if he's heard that or if not. If that is an opinion, if he's come out and said, "Oh no, that's just my opinion," what my question would be, why have you got the sirens that's like emergency? Why would you ever do an emergency opinion? And like there's nothing in there that says this is an opinion. This is the plan. Like it's very definite, isn't it? With the wording, so just moral of the story, be careful, kids. Be careful. Who do we think is going to answer Jordan Grace's open challenge tomorrow, said AB? Don't know. I don't know that it's anyone from the main roster. I mean, I'm guessing it's just going to be someone from the NXT female roster. I don't know that it's like Stephanie Vacour or... I've got to think whoever answers it is going to lose. So it wouldn't really make sense for it to be like Delta or Stephanie Vacour. And we know it's not Julia. So... didn't Wendy leave a pillow on TNA? So I think Wendy is the hint. Could be a swerve. It might turn out to not be Wendy, but I think Wendy is the hint that they've kind of left. Right, we've got Finn and Ray in the ring. We're back from commercial break. In the court, kick coming in there by Ray. Against the ropes goes Ray, and under the bottom rope splashes and lands on top of Finn. Punk made that ad before his rehab. Wendy. I feel like we need a distracted running PSA. Is there any chance of this build-up Nia Tiffany leads to a surprise cash-in on Liv? I don't know what the rules are, to be honest. I think you can go after either, can't you? I don't expect that. I mean, if it's in the rules and you are allowed, then yeah, it could do, but I'm not expecting it. Against the ropes goes Ray. Boom. Oof, slingshots Ray. I wonder if this gear is gear Ray has wore before. It feels very familiar. I feel like I've seen it. Lisa said, where would you think Primetime Special takes place? When will they announce it? Well, I'm thinking it'll be announced this week. I'm thinking it'll be announced very soon. If it's in December, they got to start selling tickets. Where it's going to be, I don't know. I mean, I suppose it could be anywhere because... Oh, Finn didn't let go. And of this holds. And referee right now. It's like a single leg. It's like a single leg Boston, but it was done like vertically against the ropes. Referee has disqualified Finn. Let's get the poll up. So Finn goes over and the crowd are booing Finn Balor. Balor charges over, drop kick. Ray goes into the ring posts. And Ray goes down. Okay, so Finn on the outside of the ring. We got the referees coming over, just having a little bit of a word with him. Woman in the front row is like, ah. Really not impressed. Revenge is sweet. Dirty Dom for Prime Minister. Finn again charges over, drop kick, and Ray goes into the edge of the ring. You get a little bit of a flicker on the screen. That woman's hair reminds me so much of Asuka. She's got Asuka hair. Perhaps she's been inspired by Asuka. So Ray is down. Finn is walking away after beating up that deadbeat dad. Deadbeat dad has been dealt with. That match was bad. Daze, I just replied to the only way I know saying where's the effing source. Prove it. Well, it's good to know we're making friends, James. Right, here's Elia. I almost missed this opportunity because of the Judgment Day. This match is going to bang. You lot are so confident that this is going to be Jay that's going to win this. I need to dig deep to just survive. After everything that's gone on between us, I want a chance to settle unfinished business. No. We don't have unfinished business. If you want, you can win tonight and I'll beat you again. Here's Jay. Yeet. Oh, no yeet. Laughs and he walks away. Hey, Oos, please hit my music. Let's go. Party time. Party time. Yes. Hey, Oos, hit my music. Let's go. Yes, Big Time said, your points have been proven. How we are eating good during the first hour and then the last 40-50 have drag, said Big Time. Well, it's not a point that I wish was proven. I wish some of my better points were proven rather than ones that I wish weren't true. But yeah, I'm not down on it. Yes. Third hour hasn't been terrible. I've seen a lot worse, said Jojo. Lisa said, Daze, where would you think the primetime Saturday special... Oh, we answered that one. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know where they are. I don't think it really matters. I think you can go anywhere, can't you? It's not like they have to be in a certain area to do a show there because we just go to Saudi Arabia, don't we? So, I mean, they could just go anywhere. I've got to think it'd probably be one of the bigger hubs like a Chicago, you know? So I've got to think it'll be something like that. I don't know. Is there somewhere you'd like them to go? Send a message to Triple H. It's probably already sorted though, but to be honest. Imagine if it's London. Just trying to think where I'd want it to be. I'd like it to be Japan. But I just, in my head, it's going to be boring Chicago. Which, you know, nothing but love Chicago, but we've been to you a lot, you know? I want to go to Africa. Not that I'm going, but, you know, visually, I want to go to Africa. I want to go to Japan. I want to go to Singapore. I want to go to Brazil. That'd be nice. But it's going to be Chicago in it, or it's going to be Philadelphia, or it's going to be Orlando, or it's going to be Ohio. Somewhere like that. Oh, imagine if it was, I think it's Brooklyn, said Lisa. Madison Square Garden. Oh, my, oh, guys, if it's going to be the Manhattan Center, if it's going to be in New York and in the building where the first Raw took place, I'm going to melt. I'm going to go. I'll go. I'll go. If they go back to the Manhattan Center, I'm going to go. I've always wanted to go. It's my dream venue to go to. I grew up watching those Raws in the Manhattan Center. Oh, I'm going to show you what it looked like because there might be some kids out there. Manhattan Center Raw. Boom. Look at this. Look at this, Queens. 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 Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. How do I make that bigger? Oh, they've got their... Oh my God, I didn't even know. Oh, I'm going to follow you. Oh. Ico Pro. Ah. I wonder if that was the original. I got a feeling... Yeah, that is when we went back, wasn't it? Oh, it's got it up there for the Raw 25. You can tell because if you look at the WWE logo here, it doesn't have the F bit. So that's when we went back. Undertaker did a promo in the ring, and we got Bray versus Matt Hardy here. And this is an angle that we never used to see because the hard cam, well, you can see it. So we're kind of the wrong side, really. There, that's a better angle. That's what we used to see with the stage in the background. I want to go here and watch a wrestling show. Really, WWE. I know that other companies... Oh, mother. Look at it. I remember like Kamala and Undertaker and Damien Demento and like Macho Man on commentary down here with Vince. Bret Hart coming out doing promos in the ring and him taking on one of the head shrinkers and... Oh my God. Marty Jannetty coming in and jumping Shawn Michaels and the 1-2-3 kid beating Razor Ramon, but he wasn't the 1-2-3 kid, he was the Lightning Kid, and then because he beat him, he was the 1-2-3 kid. And the Mr. Perfect Ric Flair retirement match. Loser leaves WWE match. I'd love to be there. So, there, please. What's this? At some point, the neon WWE stage set where the TV shows took place at Access, that was cool. What, you'd like that to come back for a bit? I'd love an old school show, yeah. It's been a long time. We did one early last year, didn't we, to celebrate 30 years of Raw. Life as you know it, Rhea, is over, says Liv. It's very dark, isn't it? That's fake, I believe. Yeah, look, there's another example here. So, that Jeff Delaney said it's in Orlando, but I've got a feeling that this is a fake account. I'm pretty sure that I think I've blocked that account. So I don't think that's accurate. But it could be Orlando. I mean, it could turn out the information is true, but I don't think that account is real. Because, you know, social media. Lol. Okay. CM Punk returns next week. CM Punk returns next week, kids. I live in California. I'd even go if it's in MSG. I always wanted to go to New York, said Typical Summers. Well, MSG would be special. I have been in MSG, but only for a basketball game. So I don't think I would make that trip to go to a Madison Square Garden show. Only because they do go there like at least once a year. But they do not do the Manhattan Center anymore. Daze, am I stupid? Yes. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just need to hear it. Right. Ilya versus Jay versus Braun versus... Oh my god. Even I'm stupid. Can't even type out properly. Braun versus... What other boomers are in this match? Jay versus... Pete. Right. Boom. Daze, am I stupid? Yes. Of thinking this. But because bad blood, will there be blood? Well, I don't know. I don't know that it guarantees it, but it certainly suggests, doesn't it, in the title. But we have had bad bloods before. It's an old pay-per-view name, so it's not something new. I would say, look, there's a chance. I feel like Bad Blood is really the most heated feuds, and this should be where we try and kind of, you know, finish them, really. Finish him. So, yeah, I don't know that it guarantees it, but I wouldn't be shocked if we did get some, let's put it that way. Right. Higgy said, I have just read on Wrestling Inc. that AEW might be getting a deal for Fox, yes, for airing on Mondays, and recently AEW have just trademarked AEW Shockwave, yes. Yeah, that is doing the rounds, actually. I think I might have it in the... I think I've got it in my unseen folder. I think... Let's have a little look. We whoosh over. Boom. I think... did I put it in other? Here. AEW Shockwave may be set for Fox television deal. So this is ringside news. So they're thinking this is what Shockwave might be. During a Q&A session on Fightful, Sean addressed the rumours about AEW's potential deal on Fox. Sapp acknowledged that he had heard whispers about Shockwave going to Fox and that the network had shown interest, but no concrete information. I've heard the rumour that Shockwave could land on Fox and that the network is interested. I just haven't heard anything as of late. So that's a rumour that's doing the rounds, yes. Could you imagine if that does happen? I want TNA to sign with a major network, said Mr. Rage Bomb. I wonder if that would kill the deal with WWE. I mean, WWE's only working with them because they don't see him as a threat. If they got a big deal, I wonder if that would be like, oh, this is all it's getting a bit too hot. It's getting a bit too hot in the kitchen. Okay, we've got Braun in there, we got Jay in there, we got Pete in there, we got Ilya in there. We are underway. Let's go. Daze, if you could pull out someone in WWE Hall of Fame, who would it be? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. If someone said you can take someone out, anyone you want, do it. I'd be like, no, thank you. I'll pass. I think if you've been honoured and recognised, who am I to pull you out of the Hall of Fame? Wouldn't do it. Pete on the outside with Braun. Pete on the edge of the ring. Jay goes over. He comes down onto Strowman. Strowman crashes down. Joe said Bret Hart was so brave that he was in the ring with Gunther. He didn't seem to mind. Is AEW coming out with a new show? Well, we don't know. All we know is they've trademarked AEW Shockwave. It's a good name. Knee coming in. And actually, if they go up against Raw on a Monday, I mean, if you think about it, there's no wrestling on network TV. There's a gap there on a Monday now. What about if people flick through the channels trying to find Raw and they stumble across AEW Shockwave instead? It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Right now, Braun has got Pete Dunne up and is working the fingers. Do we think Netflix will have Raw 3 hours or keep it at 2? I think it'll be 3, typical Summers. I think it'll be 3. So Braun hurls Pete outsides. As we go to commercial break. How long we got? Only 19 minutes left. AEW Blackout sounds like a dope name for a PLE, said Raheel. Daze Fox basically said to WWE they're tired of the PG mentality. AEW can get down and dirty. Monday Night Wars. Well, I mean, listen, Fox is a good station, but don't they have football? Don't they have football or something? Like, I don't understand. Did you see the people saying that All Out was the best pay-per-view of the year? No. I saw praise for individual matches. I didn't see people saying it was the best pay-per-view of the year. Days, I can see it now. AEW on Fox. Welcome to AEW Blackout, where the best wrestle, but you can't see it. That is true, actually. They do keep putting up, like, how can they want a more edgy product when they keep doing black screens? Doesn't add up. Imagine AEW gets 1.2 being on free TV. Yeah. Yeah. There'd be a hell of a boost. That's a big jump, though, from there. That's doubling. Well, they're about 700,000, aren't they, really? That's a big increase. That's a big increase. Do we think Moxley did attempt murder? Well, I don't know, really. I don't think he attempted murder, but I mean, I sort of feel like if you choke someone and they pass out, right? How that means that you starved them of oxygen, yeah? If you choke someone out and they pass out, you've cut oxygen off to the brain and they've shut off. So how is it different doing that compared to a bag? Visually, it's very different, right? We're not talking about visually. We're talking about, did he attempt to murder him? My counter argument, if I was Tony Khan, would be, well, a sleeper hold puts people to sleep because you're choking them out. A bag over the head is also cutting off the air supply. And they're going to go out. Now, obviously, a sleeper hold you eventually release. With the bag, once they're out, you better take it off. Otherwise, if you keep starving them of oxygen, they will die. So, I think, at what point does it become attempted murder? I don't know. As soon as he goes out, if he took the bag off, then is that attempted murder? I don't know. I'm thinking no. I'm thinking it's about the same as a sleeper. I mean, it's not a good look. I'm not trying to defend it. Right? I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just trying to, like, put myself in the situation of making the argument of, is it attempted murder? And how does that differ from a sleeper hold? Get that bag, I guess. Why is Moxley and Marina Shafir a thing? It seems random. Suffocation match. Yes, John Moxley is on trial, said Corey. Oh, right. It turns out he was, guys. He is on trial. The Neon setup was at Access, and you can walk. Yeah, I know. I so want to go to Access. That's my dream. I've said before, I'm not bothered about going to... Not bothered about going to WrestleMania. I'd like to. But I'm way more excited to go to Access. Seeing some of those sets and whatnot, you know. Shoulder tackle there by Braun. Daze, would you ever go back to watching AEW? Well, certainly not whilst Tommy's doing it, so that's a definite no. If Tommy stopped doing it, I don't know. I think there's a couple of good stuff that they're doing. I really think if I watched it now, I would enjoy it more than I did in 2023. I definitely feel that. I think there's more about it now that I would enjoy than I did last year. So I think they're in a better place. But without watching the shows, because I don't watch them at all, I don't know how much of an improvement has been made. It's just a bit of a gut feeling. I think I would enjoy it more, yes. He turns on him and it wasn't even a match. Yes, he did try to murder him, says Hulk Hogan is the greatest. Kian said, but a bag over the head is attempted murder if the bag is still on the head when the person's out. I agree with that. I didn't see how long he put the bag over the heads. If you choke someone out and they go and you keep the hold on, I would say that's attempted murder. If you keep a hold applied after the person is choked and they're out, you are depriving them of oxygen. So, again, without seeing the clip and seeing the moment that he went out to the moment the bag was removed and who removed it, I think for me that would be where the answer is. That's the answer. If the bag's over the head, he goes out and he immediately takes it off, I'd say not attempted murder. If the bag's over the head, he goes out and the bag stays on, attempted murder. That's my red lines. That's where I am. You can watch the clip and make your own mind up. Right, we've had Braun go into the ring steps. Jay goes into the ring posts. I'd say the difference is when you get choked out, you can tap out. That even happens in UFC. Yeah, but... yeah, no, because we're not talking about like it being a legitimate thing. We're talking about actually putting someone to sleep. Doesn't matter if you tap. I'm talking about what's the difference between a bag over the head and you going unconscious, or you being in a submission hold and you going unconscious. Forget tapping, irrelevant, right? Both are cutting off oxygen to the brain. Both are like resulting in you passing out, aren't they? Both are restricting oxygen. So to me, in my mind, it doesn't matter if it's a bag or it doesn't matter if it's a choke. If the end result is the same, that you're passing out. The difference is with a choke, you release it as soon as the person's out, right? They've got oxygen straight away. With a bag, can you see straight away when they're out? Did he pull it off straight away? I don't know. The optics look way worse with the bag. Of course they do. But if we're really debating the finer points of whether they did attempted murder, and I'm just saying where my line would be on it, what is the difference between a bag over the heads or a choke? I think it's the same because both restrict airflow. It's just at what point did he remove the bag? Because if he had jumped behind him and put a sleeper hold on and Daniel was tapping, he wouldn't have released that sleeper hold, would he? Moxley wouldn't have gone behind, put a choke on, rear naked choke or whatever, sleeper or whatever it might be. Daniel could have tapped, but I can't see Moxley going, oh, sorry. Yo, you give up, do you? He's going to have kept it on, isn't he? And so it's going to have resulted in him like going because of the lack of oxygen. So for me, it's how quick did you then remove the bag? How quick did you remove the holds? If you put a rear naked choke on someone and you keep it on them for 5 minutes, you're getting done for murder. You're getting done for murder. This is why like they're so quick. You know, this is why they're straight in there. The refs, they're constantly looking because, I mean, you are playing with people's lives. So like, you know, first of all, they go out and then... well, then they don't come back after a while. So, I don't know, I'd have to watch it and see. To be honest, I mean, I saw the clip like once. It's not a clip that I've watched again and again and again. So I honestly can't say how quick he was, but just because the bag went over the head, that's not enough for me to go, yeah, he attempted murder. Because again, I'd go, well, what about a sleeper hold? Oof. Right, look, blood. This is CM Punk's Instagram story. He says, hell awaits. Look at the bloods. The crimson mask. That is what awaits. Is he talking to Drew or himself, do you reckon? Perhaps he's getting himself mentally ready for what he's going to have to go through. It's going to be bad. In pro wrestling, you can't go under the chin. Any forearm under the chin is attempted murder. Yeah, but you can in MMA. So again, a rear naked choke. I mean, we're not talking about this being legal, are we? None of this is like meant to be like allowed within a match. But that's not what happened. This was like he got jumped after a match. So we don't have to worry about the legal rules of like, is it allowed in wrestling or not? It's about when does it become attempted murder? When is it a case that he was just trying to choke him out? Or when is it a case that you are actually attempting murder? I mean, I suppose you could make the argument that in an MMA fight, if you put a rear naked choke on, you're doing it within a contest. If you just go up to someone and put it on, even if your intention is to just only choke them out, that might be difficult to prove, mightn't it? Because you're not meant to be doing it in the first place. So, but then, I don't know, if you jumped behind him and put on a rear naked choke and choked him out, would people say that was attempted murder? My honest answer is, I think a lot of people out there are saying it's attempted murder just because it's a plastic bag. And I think that's enough for people to go, that's attempted murder. But I don't think it's as simple as that. Because my counterpoint would be, well, if you're going to do the exact same thing, but just with a rear naked choke, would you say that was attempted murder? You're still cutting off the air supply. To me, it comes down to how quickly you released it afterwards. So, yeah, I don't worry about if it's legal during a wrestling match or not, because none of that was really important. Because it was not done during a wrestling match. It was done after a wrestling match, and it was done to choke him out. Or was it done to worse? You know, I don't know. Was he trying to murder him? I don't know. That is one for you AEW fans to debate. We have got 7 minutes left of this, and we're going to get to the business end of this one. It's a fatal four-way. George said, what made you stop watching AEW? Was it the stories or the products? Or, well, I feel like that's I mean, we touch it a lot, to be honest. I mean, I just didn't think the stories were very good. I didn't like MJF as a face. I thought him with Adam Cole was cringe. I mean, he was the top heel, and he was just doing all this silly nonsense. He was doing R-Truth stuff, you know, the kangaroo thing and all of that. He was doing like R-Truth comedy, and he was the top guy and their top heel. And people were loving it, man. People loved it. People were lapping it up and really enjoying it, and fair play, but I wasn't. I thought it was rubbish. So their top story I really didn't like. I've never been a big fan of like the Bucks and, you know, that kind of style. Lucha Bros and all of that. So, I mean, I just found there was less and less and less that I was enjoying. And Bryan Danielson being in Blackpool Combat Club. No, I think he's better out. Bryan Danielson doing singles matches is what I always wanted. Never wanted him faffing around with Blackpool Combat Club. I thought that was a real hindrance for him. So I wasn't feeling that. There was just loads, mate. There was loads that I just wasn't vibing with. Shoulder tackle. And again, we've got Braun Strowman, we got the Express, we got Pete Dunne going into the barricades. So yeah, I just got to the point where there was just more and more that I didn't enjoy. And when I left, there was still 800,000 watching. And, you know, look where we are now. So I feel like I'm not alone with the frustrations I felt, because I feel like a lot of people left around the same time I did. Oh, there he is! Big Bronson Reed collides into Braun. The commentary table explodes. Oh, it's been a few weeks. Big Bronson Reed dealing with Braun Strowman. The commentary table explodes. Let's go, man. Plastic bag is better than the end of Raw, said Horatio Minds. Oh, that was good. Strowman is down. He turns around. I mean, there was nothing like beautiful about it. He just sort of like jumped on top of him. It was a bit like Thez press. Like a Thez press through the commentary table. So Braun down. What about Swerve with the needle? Oh, I think we've covered AEW. We'll save that for another day. We've got 4 minutes left of Raw. Jay back in one corner. Welcome back, Bronson Reed. Spartan said, did you hear about Moeen Ali? I did. He's only retiring from England. He'll still be playing, like, which is good. Because I've really enjoyed watching him for, like, in the 100 and everything. So, here we go. Jay is pointing to the middle of the ring with Ilya. Ilya stumbling over. Boom! Big shot there by Jay. These two exchanging shots back and forth. You could choose a plastic bag or a vomit bag, said David. Sonny says, look at William's boobs. Don't enable him, Sonny. Here's Pete Dunne. Jay to the outside. Pete trying to steal it. 2. Oh, Ilya kicks out. Ilya kicks out. That was close. That was close. So Pete thought he had got it. Pete thought he had got it. This is awesome. Is the chance. Crowd are really into this. Really into this. Because it's got to the business end. Pete Dunne standing over Ilya Dragunov. Boom. Kick coming in. Right now, Ilya is down. Pete is in there. Pete is in control. Feels like Pete's not going to get this. Here's Ilya trying to use those ropes, trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Shots coming in there by Pete, raining these blows down. Pete Dunne grabbing Ilya, looking to hurl him into the corner. No. Bitter end. Looking for a bitter end. No joy. Ah, big boot by Ilya. Big boot by Ilya. That was great. Picks up Pete Dunne. Oh, slams him down. Ilya Dragunov. Boom. H-bomb connects. 2. Oh, Jay. Jay's going to go up. Is Jay going to get it? We've literally got moments left. Big splash, Jay. 1, 2, 3. Jay gets it. Jay gets it. Jay is going to go on to face Braun Breaker. But it's got to be too soon for Braun to lose that title. He only recently got it. Are we setting up Bloodline costing Jay? I can't see Jay winning it. I was really hoping he wasn't going to win this. I can't see him winning it. I felt like we needed to just wait a bit longer. Jay gets the dub, gets the win. And what are they cooking up? What are they cooking? Let's get a poll up, shall we? James said you don't need to watch something that you don't enjoy. When he's got idiots like me that still watch him, we'll let him know. Yeah, thanks. That's true. I do think it's improved. I really enjoyed looking at like Tony and Mariah May, and I think Danielson at the end of his run is going to do some good stuff, you know. But I mean, to be honest, if they're about to do Shockwave, I don't have any interest in trying to juggle Shockwave and Raw at the same time. We tried doing that back in when AEW first started and they were going up against NXT. I don't think that resulted in good streams. Oh, Bron is in the ring and Bron is behind. Oh, they cut the feeds. They cut the feeds. Damn. Michael said, I don't get what Big Bronson Reed. How was he there when he tested positive for COVID last week? Must have tested negative. I mean, he couldn't be there if he has tested positive again, so... Must have been a couple of days, 48 hours, and it's cleared, but he must have tested negative. Yeet, no Yeet, says Amy Jobson. It doesn't make sense having Jay win, knowing that Breaker just won. I would have had someone else said typical Summers. Yeah, I thought they would go with Elia or Braun. As soon as Braun was took out, I felt pretty good for Elia. Jay winning is, you know, the favorite, the expected name. But I don't know. Let's see what gets cooked up, shall we? Let's see what gets cooked up. In Papa H we trust. They changed COVID rules like 2-3 days. They figured they destroyed enough people's lives, says Adam. That was great four-way match. They're making up for Drew's cash in at Money in the Bank. Right, get your votes in, kids. Get your votes in. I'm going to run away. I mean, honestly, the folders are... I can't remember. I mean, normally I have Twitter open and I see stuff coming in and it's just like stuff about the show, which is fine. I can't remember a show where there's been so much conversation. It must be Nightbirds. I'd have to go back to Nightbirds where there's so much conversation happening about things that are not on the show, you know? I feel like the folders for Unseen are bursting. They're bursting. There's just so much like stuff being said and reaction and rumor, and obviously we had all the whole phone number situation, like just loads of stuff has just seemingly been playing out tonight. You only need to isolate for about 5 days, said Rad. Days tonight feels like so much news dropped at once, said Big. I agree, yeah, and like loads of matches made as well. I agree. Crazy, just like definitely a show that you wouldn't want to miss, to be honest. I know that it might have not maintained its level from the first hour. I mean, the first hour was just incredible, but not a show that I think you would want to miss this. Because there's just so much news. There's so much to catch up on. There's so much. And I think you'd want to see that street fight. Right. Days, maybe Jacob Fatu might cost maybe. Everyone, it was a great show, said Willow, shout out to you. AB said Raw was pretty good. We have a hurricane on the way. Stay safe, my friend. Stay safe. Right, let's end this poll. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow for NXT, and it's not just flipping any NXT. This is Julia's debut, in-ring debut. One of the hottest signings WWE has made in quite some time. So much hype around this girl. And she does have some serious aura. So she is going to make her in-ring debut. She's taking on Chelsea Green tomorrow. And I'm pretty sure they're going to stack the rest of that show as well. So definitely, if you're not a viewer of NXT, I think tomorrow is a week that you might want to just check out. This is WWE week. So we've got that. We've got that at the end of the week. We've got a big SmackDown as well. Obviously, lots of announcements. We're waiting for the announcement of Saturday night's main event. I'm surprised that didn't drop tonight. Perhaps they felt like there was enough announcements tonight, so perhaps we get it on Friday. I don't think they'd announce it tomorrow, but perhaps we get it on Friday. But yeah, that special, I am still waiting for. That. Okay, let's end this poll, and then we can all run away. I need to get this flipping unseen done because I think this is going to be a big one, to be honest. I would do a Wyatt Sicks, but there's just too much stuff. Okay, we have got 59% great, 27% goods, 11% all-time, 0% bads. That means that we have got a great rating of 70%. Great 70%. Braun and Peter. Awesome. Right, I'm going to run away. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. And I'm going to start working on that video now. So thanks a lot for watching. Have a great evening. I'll see you either tomorrow or Friday, whenever you're around. But enjoy whatever you're up to tomorrow. Bye for now.